Good afternoon. Thank you all for coming to the Purchase Hire Black Expo. It's wonderful to see everyone here this afternoon. I want to thank Carl Booker and his entire team for uplifting our black businesses. It is such an important thing. Many of us know that the African American community has often had double-digit unemployment in comparison to the rest of the community. And we are very aware that black businesses are the #1 people who hire black people. So it's very important that we support our black-owned businesses. We've seen a cutting in half of the black unemployment rate under the Biden-Harris administration. And Bexar County has many things that we're working on to try to make things more equitable. We have just put $2 million towards a bonding assistance program for those of you in construction. That bonding assistance program will help you grow your capacity to compete on many of the contract opportunities that come across in government. It's a long time coming. It's based upon a Los Angeles program that had a 99.5% success rate in growing black and minority-owned businesses. Of course, we are living in a time where many of the programs that have helped our community are under attack. They are being cut at the federal level in the court system, and so it's very important that the community step in and support. Whether it's someone who has a book business, a restaurant, or any organization of a nonprofit in between, the message must get out that we have to support these businesses, especially in San Antonio and Bexar County. One of the big challenges for us as we look to the future of the East Side is, of course, the lack of economic development that has happened after the AT&T Center, Frost Bank Center, was built. I set aside $500,000 in the budget of the county for a business accelerator for restaurants and bars to locate at the Andy building right across the street. I think that would be a small step to pay half the rent of a restaurant or a bar that would locate in this area. But even more, we have to fight, if they're talking about doing a new downtown arena at the Hemisphere area, we've got to fight for a couple things. One, that they remove the cones that have blocked a lot of our small businesses along Houston and in the area from getting the traffic. They cone you in and cone you out like it's a hazmat event that you're running from, and it's not. You won't find that in any other arena in the United States. But here, our small minority-owned businesses that are around this arena have been coned away from economic opportunity. I need you to join me in that fight to remove those cones from this area so that the businesses nearby can thrive and prosper. It is ridiculous to me that they talk about economic development never happened here. They coned it away. And unfortunately, the hidden secret was that the Spurs happen to be #1 in concessions in the NBA. So that's, as Paul Harvey says, the rest of the story. But we're fighting to make sure that that business accelerator for restaurants and bars where the county pays half rent remains in the budget, that the businesses who have endured in this area in Precinct 4 are able to get some sort of benefit. But we need to look, secondly, at the contracts of the construction that happened on these new arenas in the Hemisphere Park as they're trying to propose. You know, if you were in Houston or Dallas, they wouldn't let something $1.2 billion pass without cutting a piece of the pie for the community. So these things must be more in the press, more talked about at our churches and our civic groups, that the pieces of the pie can't just go to those who already have. It's got to trickle down to those of us who have been left behind. Most disappointing, when you look at what's happening at the Hemisphere Arena, I found out that the same company that was owned by the Harlan Crow who did the bribes with the Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas is the developer they want to hire for that thing. What kind of sense does that make? Makes no sense at all. At the time that we're trying to stop corruption, that we have people coming into San Antonio and using our city and county dollars like a straw to suck back into, frankly, the Republican Party. I'm just saying, it doesn't look good. So we've got to take a very close look at who is representing us, who is paying attention to these kinds of things. because there's billions and $4 billion worth of opportunity that will pass our community by. And I will say this as I go to my seat, in terms of things that help small businesses, watch these budgets that are happening. There is a untrue rumor that the county has a debt problem. And they're saying we've got to cut the urban farm right here because we got to pay down debt. We got to cut the Brooks Advanced Manufacturing Training Center because we have a debt problem. We have a AAA bond rating at the county. If we had a debt problem, we wouldn't be the highest rated credit in the whole municipal universe. It's meant to send the dollars to billionaires. They're making me sound like Bernie Sanders, but it's true. But it's meant to move the monies to people who already have it. This urban farm helped the poor and working class. We gave away 25,000 pounds of fresh vegetables to those who lost their jobs in the pandemic, and we plan to do more. But they want to cut the sustainability stage. In the bad old days, the establishment used to give the East Side a few crumbs before they messed over us. With the rookie electeds that we have today, we don't even get crumbs. But know that we're fighting every day to make Bexar County a more inclusive place. And so the final advice that I will give to business people here today is start a PAC. Start a political action committee, because we've got to empower our community with electeds. Political leadership does matter. They want you to believe it doesn't matter who you vote for. They want you to be asleep and not participate in what's going on so that they can take your money and become billionaires and billionaires over and over again on it. $4 billion, and our community is not at the table. These are the things that are very important that you carry forward to your church, your veterans group, your civic group, your neighborhood association. We've got to let people know that there are big moves in economic development happening, and they're not including black businesses. So I stand ready to fight. I hope you do too. Let's go get some pieces of the pie. Thank y'all.
Hey, check this out. Is this the hardest working man in San Antonio? And he's not even James Brown. He's our county commissioner. Let's give Tommy Calvert a round of applause. Putting in work always. Commissioner, we're proud of you. You about to jump in, you about to fly out of here right now. You see what I'm saying? That's the hardest working man in San Antonio. Well, hello, everyone. I'm your host, Keith Scott, and I'm leaving KROV-FM to come over here and host this second year, our Purchase Hire Expo. How you doing, Paul Hoskins? I see you. I want to thank everyone for participating this year, for coming out our second year with this Purchase Hire for Black Expo here at the Expo Hall. It's going to be a beautiful time today. We're starting, yeah, I'm late. I see you there. What's up, big dog? Want to thank all of our vendors. Make sure you stop by the vendor booths. Check out everybody. Introduce yourself. Get acquainted. We're going to be here for, 8 hours. We're going to have some fun. We're going to network. Everybody have fun. Just enjoy yourself. We're all family. We got the cash booth over there, 10 feet tall. Somebody's going to be able to go over there and win them a few dollars, but you got to be quick. It's a lot of fake money in there, too, with real money. So, you got to be quick on the draw, young man. You look like you quick. He may win it all, Paul. I see how he looking at me. That dude's quick right there. He's going to win all the money. Well, you all check out the booths, NAACP Dream Week. Everybody's here. They got the booths. Michelle Hawkins is here with her book, Unshrunk Bacon. And I ain't talking about bacon and eggs either, so don't be, when I say bacon, y'all already getting hungry. I see you talking about bacon and eggs. You thought I was talking about bacon and eggs. All right, I'm not. Well, check them out. Check out all the booths. I'll be naming them all. Miss Ethel is here. The Alamo Black Chamber is here. And we're going to get started. We're going to take a break. KROV-FM is in the house around the corner. We're going to take a break. You guys move around. Mark's outing is going to be here with a big old fat juicy burger. I see Mr. Martin here, John Martin over there. I see you with knowledge and wisdom, how to save some money, and these flies are already attacking me, I see. But anyway, I see you, big dog. Big Crawford, how you doing? How you doing, Crawford? I see you in the house. We all take a break, get some water, enjoy yourself, strap in. It's going to be a lot of fun. We got some entertainment, too. Paul, we got 34K, one of the baddest chicks playing a guitar here in San Antonio. And y'all give a round of applause for our DJ. DJ Direct in the house. What's up, DJ Direct? Give me something, DJ. Let them know I'm up in here. What's happening? That's what I'm talking about. We'll be back.
Respect me, protect me, wrap my feelings in the wall. Come on, tell me midnight tenderness till the kiss of dawn. 7 heaven, 7 heaven, 7 heaven in your love. It's like 7 heaven, 7 heaven, 7 heaven in your love. You're my blue skies, your heaven's masterpiece. Come on, make me
I love your face. Third one is irrelevant, cause there's no time or place.
Attack me with your love. Attack me with your love, baby.
Attack me with your love.
Attack me with your love. Bushwhack me with your love, baby.
And I'll do all the things.
Excite me with your love. Entice me with your love, baby.
DJ Direct.
Consult me with your love and help me with your love, baby. I think you need to know the deal about just how I really feel. 'Cause intensely I'm for real, and I'm sure I'll make you feel that I'm a mean man and I'm a go-getter. Hey baby, baby.
Late at night, when the evening comes, I sit down to check my options, there are none. First thing I think about is your lovely smile and all the things that drive me wild.
Got me lady, drive me crazy. What am I gonna do? Woo-hoo. That little lady, driving me crazy. What am I gonna do if I can't have you? Attack me with your love. Attack me with your love, baby. Attack me with your love. Bushwhack me with your love, baby.
And I'll do all the things.
Remember when you first found love, how you felt so good. The kind that lasts forevermore, so you thought it would. Suddenly the things you see got you hurt so bad, so bad. How come the things that make us happy make us sad? See me, joy and pain are like sunshine and rain. Joy and pain are like sunshine and rain. Love can be bitter. Love can be sweet. Sometimes devotion and sometimes deceit. The ones that you care for give you so much pain. Oh, but it's alright. They're both one in the same. it seem we go through life going up and down? Seems the things that turn you on turn you around. Always hurting each other. If it ain't one thing, it's another. When the world is down on you, love somewhere around. And I want you to know that you're like sunshine and rain. Joy and pain. I like sunshine and rain. Hey, 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 hey. Sunshine. One more time. Hey, 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 sunshine. Over and over, you can be sure there will be sorrow, but you will endure. Where there's a flower, there's the sun and the rain. Oh, but it's wonderful. They're both one in the sun.
To find a love is a dream come true. That special person who is good to you. Creating the feelings that you cannot hide. That burning sensation deep inside your heart. Beating faster, you know love has to. Growing, flowing, although a disaster like sunshine might turn to rain. In love, there's always joy and pain. They say that love makes the world go round. Two people together, they can be found as one. On the strength, the length of the love is long. So understand the words of the song. Joy and pain, sunshine and rain. Devotions, emotions can do the same to two people. It's a part of the game of love. And if not, it's all in vain.
Yes, indeed, ladies and gentlemen, if I can have your attention, I want you to focus your eyes on the Black Life booth. We're going to be having a cash giveaway there. Make your way, please come out and check it out. It's towards the front of the building near the stage. Once again, that is the Black Life Expo.
Listening for the
Also, ladies and gentlemen, over there at the Black Life Expo, there is a beanbag game that you need to participate in to have a chance to win the cash money that's going to be up for grabs. Go ahead and make your way. It's towards the front of the building near the stage. Once again, beanbag game taking place. Check it out.
Shining your light on me. You send me
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are doing a test run of the cash machine. Step up and check it out. It's a lot of cash money in that machine. Gotta step up, play the beanbag game. Once again, the Black Life Expo right here. Step up, check it out. One, two, 1, 2. Money, 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 money. Up for grabs.
So check it out. Turn up my mic a little bit. So I hear we got a winner already, Carl Booker. So check it out, participants. All you need to do to get in the booth, if you want to win some money, Big Crawford's going in there. Comic comedian Crawford's in the building. And, he won? Didn't I tell you? He gonna win all of the money later. What's your first name? Nasir. What's your last name, Nasir? Salam? Nasir Salam. I told you, you gonna win all of the money, man. We just putting it out. Oh, that boy smooth there. Oh, that boy smooth. All you gotta do, ladies and gentlemen, is get 4 pegs, 40s, toss them in right in the hole, and you get to go in the money booth and see if you can win some money in the cash tower. Crawford's already been in. He about to go in that cash tower. Don't take all of the money, Crawford. Hey, that's this year's Purchase for Hire Black Expo. DJ Direct is in the building, y'all. And we gonna get this thing crunk. Give me something, DJ.
1, 2, 1, 2.
Nothing in the world that I won't do.
Hey, testing. 1, 2, 3.
I'll do anything.
Hey, I'll do anything for you.
Nothing in the world that I won't do. I'll give the world to you if you want me to. I'll do anything.
So look, you just What'd you do to get those things? Let these people know. What'd you do? I see you, man. It made it look so easy.
Drink a little. Smoke a little.
See, you clouded already. You clouded. You already done won some money? All right, so let me just ask you real quick. Come on over here for a second so the people can see you. Because I think I put it out in the atmosphere when I said you're going to win all the money. What did you do to get up in this cash tower? Talk a little louder. Let them know.
All I did was throw the 4 back to the hole.
That's all you did? You made it look easy. You done it before, haven't you? We're going in there. What'd you say? Demir, right? Nasir. Spell that for me. All right, Nasir. You got 15 seconds to get in that booth, Nasir. Win some money. Let's go.
Anything you want me to. Yes, I I hope very soon you'll see all the love I have for you. I've been holding some inside because I thought it was too much.
Hey, what's going on? I need to get over here. All right, Nasir.
I will know.
On your mark. Get set. Go! How long? 50. All right, 14. 20 seconds. You got 50 seconds. Oh, 15 seconds? How's he gonna win anything with 15 seconds? No, all right, let's go to 50 seconds. 50 seconds, 33, 34. Come on, you got 12 more seconds. 12 more seconds. 6 more seconds. Get some of that money, Nasir. Get it. All right, that's it. Time out. Woo, that boy got some green there. He got some cabbage there. It was all at the bottom. We made it easy. That's all right. He got a bunch of money. Count the real money. I told you he was going to win some money. Woo, that boy, yeah. Let me borrow some of that, man.
Check 1, 2.
How's about your company this evening? Which said that you are free. Take you out to somewhere really special. Won't you come along with me? From what I've heard them say, the music that they play is nothing like you ever heard before. Once you get to dancing, you can't stop your feet. 'Cause the rhythm keeps in time. What you say now?
Are you ready or not? It's only up the street. Everybody's dancing and everybody's on the beat. I'm begging you now, it's where we both to be.
just a place where we belong. Nobody has a care, but there's music in the air. It's nothing like you ever seen before. People dancing all night long. Won't you say you got the time? Gonna go there. Are you ready or not? It's only up the street. Everybody's dancing and everybody's on the beat. Are you ready or not? It's where we broke the beat. Everybody's dancing and everybody's on the beat. What you say? You and I should go together. What you say? It's for everyone to see. What you say? Baby, won't you come along with me? Follow me, 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 yeah, follow me. I'm hoping to see the day when my people can all relate. We must stop fighting to achieve the peace that was taught in our country. We shall all be free. Follow me. Why don't you follow me to a place where we can be free? Come with me over there. Let's put an end to racial hatred and let's learn to share. Can you feel it? It's in the air. Now it's time for changes. Time for us to care. Follow me. Why don't you follow me to a place where we can be free? Yeah, yeah.
Hey, I'm back on the block. Back on the block. All right, I'm gonna be letting you all know also who is here in the building, and it's a lot of vendors. NAACP is in the building. Salute me, NAACP. I see you over there, making Martin Luther King proud. I love it. Alamo City Chamber Dream Week with my boy, my dog, Show Business. Got the ladies over there representing today. Dream Week is in the building. There's so many. By Black Market. Brother Abdur is in the building. The Matt Bookstore Express Flooring. Got the black and old gold over there. Them alphas are in the building. They over there. I got it right here. So look, comedian Crawford, how did look like you want some grocery money at 7-Eleven? How you doing, bro?
I'm doing good, my brother.
What'd you do to win that money, bro?
Well,
Talk a little louder.
oh, okay. I apologize. It's been a long road just getting here. So, I followed the rules and regulations because I'm Air Force. So, after I was told the rules and regulations, after the fact, But anyway, we ain't gonna bring that up. You know what I'm saying? That's why I do this stuff. You understand what I'm saying? That's why I do what I do. You know what I'm saying? That's why I do what I do.
He went down and crossed his legs and sat down there and just started counting money, Carl. We gotta watch Crawford.
Somebody got
You gotta watch him. All right, so Elite Couture is in the building. Ethel's Boutique is in the building. But you see my girl, Miss Laverne, right here. Always looking good like she should. You know that, huh? How you doing, Miss Laverne? Say hi to the people.
Hi, how you doing?
Say hi to the people.
Hey. Come on out. 1 through 8 September, where we'll be hosting Texas Minority Fashion Week. We have a great event set up for you. And then following that, on the 14th of September, we'll be honoring those that are in the industry in fashion and art at the UTSA Buena Vista Theater downtown. It's an evening, a black tie affair that you do not want to miss. Go on Eventbrite and purchase your tickets today. See, I'm learning from the best. Okay, it's going to be the actual ending of the event is going to be on September 14th, where we'll be honoring honorees like Mr. Keith Scott is going to be our media honoree for this year. He earned it in the community. For those of you that know Keith Scott, that's a great honor to, they said, give your flowers while you're living. So we're going to be honoring him on the 14th. But from 1 September to 8 September, go to Eventbrite. Texas Minority Fashion Week. Get your ticket. You don't want to miss it. We're going to be at the Botanical Garden one night. We're going to be at the Joe Long Theater one night. And then we're going to be at the Elan Hotel another night for fashion and fun.
All right. And y'all know she a AKA, so, for all you... Is there a doctor in the building? I think there is. Dr. Walker just walked in. What's up, Doc? Dr. Walker's in the building. Now, y'all know we got nurses. Now we got doctors in the building. So everybody just stay out from outside. It's hot out there. How you doing, Dr. Walker? Say hi to the people.
Hi, people.
All right, I'm going to walk around a little bit and see who's in. I wonder how... I'm going to test my mic out and see if I can walk around the corner here and see who I can see. Okay. All right, we got beautiful books over here. A mind's a terrible thing to waste. Okay, Black Market. Mott Bookstore and More is in the building. Now that's Mott with 2 A's, and I don't want to get graded with my spelling because Professor Fred's over here with his wonderful book, Making My Way to Harlem. You better know this is a bad dude right here. Man, I love it, Professor. This is beautiful. Kind of remind me of when in Coming to America when they went in the barber shop. Oh my goodness, this is beautiful. Is that velvet? Hey, that's Professor Fred. Y'all come on by this table and check out Professor Fred. He also is our chief editor in Black Life, Texas. So, you know, his pen, they say the pen is sharper than you know what, right? Well, Professor Fred's pen is extremely sharp. Y'all come on over and check this book out. Save one for me, Professor. I got to get my mom one. She can make that like number 4,000. She done read like 5,000 books. All right. Who else we got in the building? Brother Abdul's in the building. He's having a conversation right now. Let me go over here to Carol VFM and get a mic to Alan Copeland. Because he was looking at me with the Now Is Money show. Hold on, I'm going to get a mic to Alan. What's going on, Alan? And I did wipe it down.
What's up, people? How y'all doing today? Hey, how y'all doing today? I hope y'all enjoy the Now Is Money show that comes every Monday and Friday, 4:30 to 8. And I got my co-host over here with Jacqueline. Come over and say hi. Good to see everybody out here today in this hot weather, and we in the cold, in the air conditioning, having some good time. Jacqueline, come walk with me. All right, come on by. Yes, nice and cool. Yeah. It's gonna get busy.
And let me tell you, boy,
how's this Harlem book doing?
I hope and pray each day I live.
Are you the author?
A little
Are you the
more
author?
love I have to give. A little more love
pretty good
that's
book.
devoted and true. 'Cause all I do is think about you. Oh, baby. Just think about you. Think about you, yeah.
Oh, we gonna get this money machine going soon.
Maybe just suppose I should happen to cross your mind. And by some chance, a girl like me you didn't even try to find. Hello, everybody. Well, let me tell you, boy, think of how
KROV, the Now Is Money show, coming on live tonight from 4:30 to 8 p.m.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, I light up every day and pray that you'll always feel this way.
Thank you, Jacqueline. Thank you, Alan. Nothing like having you guys jump in for a minute and get out on the, I'm gonna see if I can, let's go over here to the Deltas. Let's get it right now, because I had a lady say, make sure you say Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. And she looked at me and I said, yes, ma'am. Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. How you ladies doing? I'm doing good. It's an honor to have you all in here. Now, don't try to test me, because I know y'all been around since 1933. See, now I'm testing y'all. I see how I reversed it. I wanted to see if y'all know. Y'all represent that red now. 1913. And you know what? I just got to say this, that the Divine Nine has showed up and showed out for our next president. And anybody hear me out there? Kamala Harris, I don't care if you like it or not. I'm saying it. Y'all been on point. I gotta say it. Y'all Divine Nine and showed up and showed out. Y'all keep doing it, putting in work in the community. And I love the elephant, the necklace. You represent. Oh my goodness. Let me go get a white. I'm gonna let you say this. Hold on. I got Delta's got something to say. And you know when the Delta, hey DJ Direct, when the Delta's got something to say, any Divine Nine, I gotta turn over the mic. So, I gotta turn over the mic. Hold on. Is that Dr. Stribling in there? I'm gonna need to see you, Doc, after the night. Podiatrist in the building, Dr. Stribling is here. After I get through walking around, I'm gonna need to see you, Dr. Stribling. Announcement, public announcement, Delta Sigma Sorority Incorporated.
If anyone needs to sign up for voters registration, you can come to our table. We will sign you up. Or if you don't have the time to fill out the form, we will give you a mail-in ballot so you can be eligible to vote this coming up year. Very important, and we do have some information at our booth. Be aware of Project 2025. We would definitely like everyone to understand the importance of this year's election.
Were y'all paying attention to what the Delta said? If you're not registered to vote, stop by the table. Get registered. All right, Tanya, how you doing? Tanya Irvin, love these wigs. Thinking about putting one on. So the hair boss is in the building. Tanya is a custom wig designer, and that's for men and women and children. Now, let me just say this, because a lot of people may not know that a lot of us journalists on television, they wear wigs. Don't pull on my hair thinking that I got a wig on today either, because it's my real hair. But they do wear wigs. Most of them got on wigs. And Tanya put some of the wigs on some of those guys. And I'm gonna leave it at that, because I want to get in trouble with the ladies. We're gonna leave it at that. I'm only talking about the guys. You hear that, ladies? Don't look at me crazy. Some of y'all bought that hair. I didn't say that. I didn't say that now. Who said that? You said that, Crawford. See, he bigger than me. He said it. Ada Bobino, San Antonio Black Film Festival is in the building. Hey, Ada.
Didn't know I was on mic. Hey.
What's going on with the film festival?
October 4th through 6th. Mark your calendars. We're going to be at the Carver Community Cultural Center and at the Little Carver most of the time, but we have all events around that area on the east side.
You heard it. Now check them out. What's the website?
www.sabiff.tv. We're looking for vendors as well, so vendors can go to the homepage at sabiff.tv, scroll down and fill out information for our Cinema Under the Stars October 5th.
I can't wait. Hope I can be a part of it. Please. Now, this is Arthur over here. This is my girl. And when she sent me this book, she threw me for a loop with this title. But first, I didn't see the cover. I was thinking Michelle Hoskins and Paul, they got into the baking business. Boy, they psyched me out, me and my wife. How you doing, Michelle?
I am doing well, thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm sweating like I'm on the Amistad. I know. I can't. Too many curves. Keep it on. But Michelle, Unshrunk Bacon, Mastering Strategies to Resist Shrinkage and Thought, Action, and Being. Powerful book. Y'all come over. Oh, Professor's already over. Can I get one of those wristbands? I want to put one. Yeah, I want to put one on. Thank you. Unshrunk, baby. Come on over. Check out the book. Purchase one. More information, call 210-554-11. I ain't gonna charge you for that promo either. All right, so where else am I? Oh, okay. Miss Ethel's over here. Oh, thank you, sir. Appreciate that. I got $50 to go get something to eat. Thank you, sir. Y'all check out Ethel's Boutique. Over here in the middle next to Express Flooring. Somebody need a new floor in here. You know, somebody needs a new floor. You know you do. Whether it's in the kitchen, the living room, the bathroom, the bedroom. But check out Miss Ethel, man. My mom has Ethel's collection of purses. She does. I'm probably going to get her one today and send her another one. Add to the collection. That's it. Y'all ladies doing okay? All right. Make sure you stop by Express Flooring. They got free furniture moving. Now, are the inspections free? It's a free. I'm gonna let you.
We give free estimates, and if you make an appointment today, you get an additional $250 off your quote. You're under no obligation to purchase. We have new furniture for free. We have payment options. Once it's installed, the installation is warranty for life. Thank you.
So free estimates. Y'all heard that, right? $250 off, first job. Can't go wrong with that. I may come back over there and see them. How you doing, sir? All right, NAACP is in the building. I'm still working, but ask that gentleman right there. That's the one to ask. That gentleman with the headset on, Carl Booker. NAACP, how we doing? I'm just making my rounds, and I want y'all to say something so people know about the chapter here. Y'all need to know, NAACP is in San Antonio.
I'd like everyone to come by and visit with us. NAACP, we are a nonpartisan organization, but we are extremely political. And we have a very important election coming up this November. And we want you to look at the ballot. We just not look at the top of the ballot, in which we have Kamala Harris, who is a graduate of an HBCU and a member of the Divine Nine. So we have real representation on the top of the ballot. And let's look at those positions down ballot. Those individuals who are running for the state legislature and running for Congress. Because the president can't do very much without getting some support from the legislature. So we're all in. Let's vote.
Thank you, sir. That's the NAACP. For you, those that don't know, they second year supporting Purchase Hire Black Expo. Now, San Antonio's only Islamic gift shop, the sooner you get over here and get something, the better you gonna be. I said it again, San Antonio's #1 Islamic gift shop. Right over here, Purchase Hire for Black. Come on over, check them out. All right, how we doing? We good? Oh, fragrances, international fragrances. Leave here, come get some smell good. And we got an artist over there, Hannah. Can you draw a picture of me real quick? No, okay, no, don't waste your ink. Thank you, though. I appreciate the laughter. That's good. We need more smiles and laugh. All right, I'm making my way over here to the pharmacist on duty. Inku is here. Am I pronouncing that right? Inku Favors. You dig? How you doing, bro?
Brownsville.
Come on here, come look at us. We have all natural personal care products, all shea butter based. So we're here, the pharmacist who makes all of these products. So, yeah.
All natural, you dig? Now hold on, I'm going over here to the bros. Now it's one brother behind this counter. I may have DJ Direct put on a Babyface song, or maybe some Luther, and he may hit a note for y'all. But if he hits a note, because this brother, you know how some people can sing? Yeah, this brother can sing. Not sing. I said sing. It's the difference. Brother Nabu, what's up? What's up now, Alphas? What's Brother Nabu? Just hit one verse for me. You know I'll do it. You know I'll put you on the spot. Somebody pull a phone out, get this on live. Come on, bros.
Can't fool myself, I don't want nobody else to ever love me. You are my shining star, my guiding light, my love fantasy. There's not a minute, hour, day, or night that I don't love you. You're at the top of my list, cause I'm always thinking of you. You are my shining star, my guiding light, my love fantasy. There's a minute, hour, day, or night that I don't love you. At the top of my list, I'm always thinking.
Hey, DJ Direct. Can you, hold on, DJ Direct. Start that again one time, because the instrumental, he got to do this again. Hold on. Start it again.
No, not yet, not yet. Hold on, fam, hold on.
I'm sorry.
Yes, it did. I'ma count you in. 1, 2, 3, come on.
I can't fool myself, I don't want nobody else to ever love me. You are my shining star, my guiding light, my love fantasy. There's not a minute, hour, day, or night that I don't love you. You're at the top of my list, cause I'm always thinking of you. I still remember in the days when I was scared to touch you, how I spent my day dreaming, planning how to say I love you. You must have known that I had feelings deep enough to swim in. That's when you opened up your heart and you told me it's fine. Oh, my love. A thousand kisses from you never enough. I just don't wanna stop. Oh, my love. A thousand kissing your arms is never enough. And I just don't wanna stop. Never too much, never too much, never too much.
Hey, y'all give Brother Nabu a round of applause, because I'm going to let y'all know when the concert and date, so you can show up and support this brother. And he's an A Phi A in the house, Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated. They up in here. What's that, the boss? Hey, there they go, the black and old gold. Hey, I ran into an old school Alpha one day, and I said, black and gold. He looked at me. He said, man, you better put that old under that gold. I've been doing it ever since. Too many of them. Hey, way to go, Brother Nabu. Hey, that's my brother Nabu, y'all. Y'all check him out. Making my rounds.
And I'm so glad that I am winning. We've come a long way, and yet this is only the beginning.
Okay, the Van Cortlands are on their way. Just got the word. West Care is in the building. What's happening, West Care? How you doing? Man, you always got the West Care scouting, dog. What's going on?
West Care is here to promote what we do best, is bring our resources to the community, where we educate the community on substance misuse. What I do, I educate the community on substance abuse with a high risk of contracting HIV, and what that looks like for our black and brown community, especially with a focus on our teenagers between the ages of 13 to 24. We also have a drug-free communities grant, which educates our youth about the risk of using substances such as opioids, tobacco, alcohol, and marijuana. And we also have a mentoring grant as well that also gives those youth mentors if they need them. And she also focuses with the justice involved youth and gives those youth mentoring as well. So that is what we do at West Care. You come visit our table and get those resources if you need it, and we'll be here all night.
Hey, that's my brother with West Care there. And, you know, they in the building, man. I would come back, make some rounds. Renewed by Anderson is in the building, too. How you doing, sir? You doing good. You want to say hi to the people real quick? Let them know what you're doing over here.
With Renewal by Anderson, we're doing a giveaway for free windows today. Come drop your name in before you leave.
Hey, you heard that, right? How you doing, sus? Who you with?
I'm with Aflac, and I help businesses with their supplemental insurance plans. We do accidental, we do cancer policy, one of our biggest policies. So if you're looking for an accidental hospital cancer policy, come talk to me. I'm Vivian. I am with Aflac, and I'm happy to serve you. Thank you.
We're representing Cartertel Women's Mortuary at 601 North Center Street. We're offering information about plans and services. Please come to our table. We have free pins and also some planning guides.
Now, you know these are my people over here. Carter and Taylor Mortuary. That's right, Carter Taylor Williams. That's right, located at 601 North Center Street. Plan ahead. You know, don't be afraid to talk about it. Talk to her about the life insurance. Talk about burial. Thank you, Car. Hey, little baby, how you doing? Thanks for being here. Where your mom? Your mom coming through? Your granny? Granny's coming through? All right, y'all stop by the booth and say hi. All right, DJ Direct, I'm gonna take a break.
Check test one.
Hey, so check it out. Mark's Outing is in the building down at the end. Mark's Outing. Stop by there. He doesn't have the big, juicy fat burgers, but he does have a Mark's Outing burger. And he's got nachos. Mark, I forgot to say it. I'm late. But Mark's Outing is in the building, y'all. Stop by and get you a burger and check out Mark's Outing right on the east side of San Antonio. The best burger in San Antonio, Mark's Outing. Check him out. He's in the building.
touching down where only satisfaction's guaranteed. We won't let our feelings autopilot perfect navigation, sending us to loveless like no one ever knew could be. Oh, make me feel like paradise. Fill me with your kisses. Make the moment feel just right. Take me up and away. 'Cause I have waited all my life for the one worth giving, yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna hit you back.
And I don't have to think it twice. Let's go up and away.
The power. There you go. It is.
that she had.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm just asking if you're wanting to be a part of the forum and hear our medical professionals, if you'll come forward and we're going to get started. Okay. Well, good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Francine Prosser Johnson, and I'm going to be the moderator this afternoon as we have the opportunity to talk with some of our medical professionals that are here in San Antonio and have a passion and a great concern about what is happening in our community. I first would like to introduce you to Dr. Morris Stribling. And Dr. Stribling is the owner of Foot Care of Central San Antonio, and he prides his practice as a one-stop shop for his patients that have foot and ankle needs. Dr. Stribling is certainly dedicated to this community for providing quality pediatric services in a range of the lower extremity concerns. Foot Care of Central San Antonio is located here in San Antonio, and I will let Dr. Stribling share more with you about that as we proceed. He is an active and engaged member of our community, sitting on many boards, and is a member and a deacon of Antioch Missionary Baptist Church. Oh, we have an Antioch member in the house. Aside from his practice, it encompasses a lot of special things, and I will let him share a little bit about that, and then I will introduce you to our next provider. Dr. Stribling.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here, and I'm just glad we're able to have this conversation about healthcare delivery in America and how it is detrimental to a lot of people for socioeconomic reasons, and we'll get into some of the details about that as we go on. I was just kind of looking at African Americans in particular as it relates to the Affordable Care Act and how more African Americans, a few million, were able to get health care coverage. And so this whole issue about disparities in healthcare really starts from legalized segregation and then down to legal segregation and socioeconomic factors. Your healthcare is dependent in some respects on where you live and how much money you make. And it shouldn't be that at all. But we'll get into those details as we go forward.
Thank you so much, Dr. Stribling. Our next provider is Dr. Melissa Ann Walker, who also has a tremendous passion for our community and for health care. Dr. Walker is a family medical physician, and she is the owner of the Carroll Clinic for family-centered health care here in San Antonio. And I will share something near and dear to me that Dr. Walker named her clinic after her mother, who was Mrs. Carol Williams Walker. And I'm sure she can share a little bit with us about that. But I found it very special that the acronym, it stands for care and attention and respect and oneness and loyalty. She believes that these and so many other attributes were possessed by her mother, and that is why she named her clinic as such. Dr. Walker is very well known in our community. She does a lot of speaking and is engaged from a Christian perspective as a foundation as she walks the walk as a provider. She also is a proud graduate of Grambling State University, where she received her Bachelor of Science in Biology and her Master's of Public Administration in Healthcare. She proudly serves as the chaplain for the San Antonio chapter of the Grambling University National Alumni Association, and she received her medical degree from Midwestern University and completed her residency at the University of Texas Medical Branch in Galveston. So we often know her in the community as Dr. Missy. And so I will turn it over to Dr. Missy. That is her nickname. She is also a 30-year member of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. Dr. Missy?
Thank you. 34-year member of Delta
34,
Sigma Theta.
okay.
Yeah. All right, thank you so much, Francine, and I'm very appreciative of Carl and this and the Black Book and anyone who's responsible for this event. I'm very excited, as you know, to bring any form of education to our community. And you know, when you said that the clinic, my clinic is named Carroll Clinic for Family Centered Health Care. And as of August the 4th, I celebrate 20 years in private practice here in San Antonio, Texas. And so I am really kind of excited, but at the same time, with a lot of reservations about how to move forward in healthcare, because even though it is a passion of mine to educate my patients, educate the community, there's such an attack on healthcare and on providers, whether that's in reimbursement and a lot of other things that are making, organizations, private. You don't see a lot of private practice physicians, so I think that you're actually looking at two unicorns up here, because most doctors have left their practices or have sold their practices and done different things, because it's pretty difficult right now to be in private practice. But having said that, I thank God for his ability, for giving me the ability, giving me his grace in order to continue in private practice. And I tell this all the time, that God made a promise to me that my doors would never close unless I decided to close them, and he has been very faithful in doing that. As it relates to dealing with health disparities is what I deal with on a daily basis, as my practice is in what we call, I guess I would say, the Near East Side, because I'm not from San Antonio and I know I'm not on the East Side anymore, but the Near East Side. So this is what I deal with on a daily basis. Both Dr. Stribling and I were just in New York for the National Medical Association's meeting. I serve as a board of trustee member for the National Medical Association. And so we tackle, as the National Medical Association, we tackle so many issues that represent health disparities in our community. So having said that, that's a little about me. I'm ready to, just to delve into whatever we're going to do today, and hopefully bring some education and some awareness to anyone who's listening. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Missy. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to delve in, as Dr. Missy says. One of the first questions that I want to ask, or for us to go deeper, is that when we talk about the health disparities here, not only in San Antonio, but in the state of Texas and in the U.S., how do you both, or what would you share as some of the ways that we can personally help ourselves and help our family members in working through or maneuvering through the healthcare maze, if you will, when we are trying to see our personal physicians?
Well, let me just say, and it's related, but it's a bigger picture. This November, you better vote, because Project 2025 would do detrimental damage to the Affordable Care Act. And I just mentioned some statistics. Over 3 million African Americans have been able to get health insurance because of the Affordable Care Act. If Project 2025 and Donald Trump get elected, it will probably be eliminated. And so if your question is, what do we do first? Make sure that you're registered to vote and go vote in November, because that's going to make a tremendous difference in terms of how we can practice medicine. Dr. Walker mentioned that there is a decrease in the number of physicians who are in private practice. And you may not know it or not, 70% of private practices are now owned by private equity, not by individual physicians, which means that you cannot make decisions to help, in particular, African Americans, because you are no longer the owner. My practice has been approached by 4 private equity firms in the past year. And these are billion-dollar firms, and I make them take me to lunch to Luby's and tell them no.
Thank you, Dr. Stribling. Dr. Missy?
Okay, you said, how do we help to navigate or help others to navigate this? You started out, Francine, by telling about my mom. So I didn't name my practice after my mother just for warm, fuzzy reason. My mom suffered a stroke at the age of 52, and she was bedridden, hospitalized, semi-comatose for over 2 years before she passed away. And so I made it a mission of mine that, if whatever was in my power, that I would not, allow someone to experience what my mom experienced. and she experienced this. It was from stroke, and she had this stroke because of, now we were from rural Louisiana, and with limited access to physicians, uninsured, not having access to medicines. I used to tell this story all the time. My mother would send me down the street to borrow medicines from my aunt. She would say, go down the street and get me a blood pressure pill from your aunt because I think my blood pressure is up. Imagine that.
What's up, Mike?
Now, you don't have to know how old I am, but that was many years ago. But can I tell you that we are in San Antonio, Texas, the seventh largest city in the country, and I see and hear of very similar stories that should not be. And a lot of it is because of the lack of education. Now, I will tell you, my mom's struggle was from the lack of access, but it was also from the lack of education. What I hope to do daily in my practice, I don't have the biggest practice. There's no million dollar companies knocking at my door trying to buy me, I can tell you that. But what I do hope to do is educate my patients and educate my patients' families about what their disease process is, because I'm just I was told this a long time ago, when you know better, you do better. And we just assume that people know, and a lot of people don't know. And so that is what my goal has always been in these 20 years. And so now, because I am small, I try to direct, my patients, their families, to other resources here in the city that can, help them get some of the care and, access to medications and different things that they need. But it has to be a community and a joint effort, because if, and we're going to talk, hopefully Francina asked the questions about medical education. There is also an attack on getting black and brown folk into medical school. And whether you believe it or not, when you walk into a room and see a doctor or a doctor walks in the room and it looks like you have better health outcomes. I don't care what anyone says to try to deter that fact, but that is a fact. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Missy. Thank you for attaching and sending us also in that direction. First, I want to say out loud, and I hope that you all will join me in the audience, to applaud Dr. Stribling and Dr. Missy, because they are the unicorns in our city, in our state, because there are so many practices that, as Dr. Stribling shared, what direction and what is happening from that perspective. And I can say, as we sit here on this stage, knowing that what our age is and what years that we were born, and maybe that ties into you here in the audience, but the education of us as a people is critical. And that is where a lot of the disparity comes into place. When we know better, we do better. We, as adults that can help our parents or help our grandparents, because what their experiences were and what they went through from a medical perspective is so very, very different. But as we talk about education, I have talked to young people that are in medical school, that are just getting out of medical school. And when I asked the question, Dr. Stribling and Dr. Missy, about, well, how many African Americans are in your class? So one of those students responded to me and said, well, Auntie Fran, do you mean African Americans from the United States of America, or do you mean Africans? And then I can answer that question. And then as it relates to how many of both of us, African Americans from the United States and Africans, I'll give you that answer. And when I say to you all, and I'll turn it over to Dr. Stribling and Missy, that those numbers were on my one hand. They were on my one hand. So when we talk about education and our young people getting into medical school and how and what that all looks like, let's talk about that. Go ahead.
Okay, so that's kind of my wheelhouse now, because my second job, I have many jobs, but my second job is I'm an assistant professor at the University of the Incarnate Word School of Osteopathic Medicine.
I was going to let you say all of that.
I say all of that, yeah. So UIW SOM for short. So I have been at the SOM since its inception in 2017. So we are now graduated, I guess, what would be five classes. UIW does a better job than most schools that I know. I can tell you from a personal vantage point, I went to Midwestern University, Chicago College of Osteopathic Medicine in Chicago, Illinois, and I was in the class of 200, greater than 200 and something. I was one of 10, 8 black females and 2 black males. In medicine, African Americans account for less than 1%, well, maybe about 1 to 2% now of all physicians in this country. That is crazy. And now in medical school, there is, I say an attack, but, there is an attack because there was a congressman recently who proposed legislation to end DEI, which is diversity, equity, and inclusion in medical school. So think about that. If there were programs that were put in place, example, I came through a program where they reached out over the country and got 40 students, or potential medical students, to attend a program one summer, and we didn't know what it meant, but they told us if you do well, we can offer you admission to the school. I was one of 8 women that was chosen to start medical school the following year. After 3 rounds of that program, my own alumni association threatened to sue my school and said the school was running an affirmative action program. In the history of the school, I don't think there had ever been any more than 2 African Americans in any given class. So if you think about that, there are programs that were put in place not because we're not smart. I've always been a good student. I've always, coming from the country or not, I've always been a straight A student, and what I lacked was opportunity. And so in giving opportunity, according to this congressman, that if a student came through medical school through a quote-unquote DEI program, that made them a less capable doctor. And that is ridiculous, because in medical school is hard, it's rigorous. I don't care what the color of your skin is, it just is. And that doesn't make the doctor any less capable. And so, yes, it is very important that we address this issue. As I said, UIW now has, if you take the average of the amount of entry students, 10 or greater, so it puts us at a 6.5% rate. That's higher than other schools across the country.
Right, right.
That's amazing to even say that.
Yes.
So what we preach now, we preach, they used to call them, what's the term, where you start early. The term slips my mind now, but you start early. So we say that you should get a student by the time they're in the 6th grade and start pipeline programs.
Right.
Getting students by the time they're in the 6th grade.
To seek out their interests.
Exactly. And then putting them on the trajectory towards medical school.
Understood.
If you miss them by the time they're in the 6th grade, they will have a harder pathway to try to get to medical school. But if it has been studied, if from the 6th grade on, then you put them in that trajectory, they will stay there, and then they can, these standardized tests and all the things that they have to pass and meet, that makes them a better student, a more qualified student when they apply.
Okay.
So,
well, thank you, Dr. Missy. And in segueing, I'd also like to talk a little bit about the shadowing and what happens when we have students in medical school, for them to be able to shadow with other physicians and what that means. And I know Dr. Stribling does a little bit about that. I also, as Dr. Missy was talking, I just heard these lyrics in my head. I don't want nobody giving me nothing. Just open up the door, I'll get it myself. So that is something that we as African Americans, it is not about that the student is less qualified. It is not about that the student is not capable, but oftentimes, as Dr. Walker said, it is having the opportunity to be able to be placed in the pipeline for it to happen for our children. Okay, Dr. Stripling.
Yeah, I think one of the things we need to think about, the reality of life is that it's not fair, whether you're black or white. But when you look at admission to higher education, what we see is that there are different ways for students to get accepted into school. What's under attack is affirmative action, because they're telling a misstatement about these black students are admitted and they're not on the same level. But when you start looking at the different ways students get into school, George Bush is a perfect example. His grade point average was a C, but he got in because his parents went to that school. So if you can allow people to get in because of a relationship with their mom or dad, or some relationship with somebody that goes to the school, but then you attack affirmative action, that's where the issue gets rather tight. And so we have to, like I said before, we've got to fight, we've got to vote, and we got to make sure that we stay active in our politics on a local and a national level. Because if we don't, if we sit back and let it happen, we're going to be looking at an education that was the same way it was in 1960 as opposed to 2025. So that's something I think we need to take into consideration. And I know for people that are Anglo, when they hear that, they think, well, I think if you do what you're supposed to do and you're academically successful, you'll be admitted, but that's not always true. And that's why I said in the beginning, life is not always fair.
Okay, and about students that shadow physicians and what that process.
Yeah, and that's a good thing too. As a matter of fact, I just got back from the National Medical Association meeting, and I went by my office and I got a notice from 2 students who want to come by and shadow me, and I always do that because it's important for them to know exactly what you're getting into. Practicing medicine is not easy. It never gets any easier. I don't care how long you've been in practice. This is my 36th year in practice. Yes, I'm older than you. 36 years, and it never gets easier. And what I've had to do in my practice is I've had to diversify. I actually own a retail pharmacy. I have an MRI. I got a lab and a surgical center. And one of the reasons I do all that, well, the money, but one of the reasons I do all that is because that diversification allows me to make decisions that could benefit my practice. And then when I have students come in, I can show them the whole picture, because you got to be perfectly honest with them too. Being a physician is not an easy thing to do, but it's very gratifying when you can help others that cannot help themselves.
Thank you, Dr. Stripling. And the reason why I brought that up, because Dr. Walker said a little bit about the students and about young people in medical school, and about the fact that we have fewer African American physicians. So I also want to say to the audience, and that Dr. Stribling and Dr. Missy can talk about this also, is that how we support our African American physicians. So if you have an African American physician, or if you know someone seeking a physician, then you should refer to an African American physician, because that then helps to continue their business and helps people to have a stronger sense of faith and understanding about seeing an African American physician. So I say that because to Dr. Stribling and Dr. Missy, you both are deeply involved in the community and in community initiatives aimed at empowering African American business owners. How can community-driven efforts contribute to dismantling some systematic racisms within the healthcare system?
So when you look at making, so I'm in the army of one sometimes. If I work alongside Dr. Stribling and other, like C.A. Whittier Medical Society is the National Medical Association's branch here, our local society. that makes me, a larger army. If we go to Region 5, where we fall, that makes us as 9 states, that makes us an even greater army, and then therefore, from the National Medical Association. And so one of the things is that when organizations like the National Medical Association have been around for a very long time, and that organization came into play because Black physicians could not be a part of the American Medical Association. So we created our own medical associations, and in that, we tackle issues that greatly impair our community. So when you talk about what can be done, is we start, if you want to take on some of the initiatives that are at the National Medical Association, tackling things like vaping and greater access for, sickle cell patients and different things that are specific to us, then if you learn of those, then try to take your churches. We know that the church has always been in the forefront of getting change done. The church is also the greatest place to get education out. So if your church, having health fairs, operate under somebody who has a greater reach than you or a greater understanding tells you what this is important to tackle in your community. We have the American Heart Association coming out and doing education on blood pressure and all of those things, but how many of you know that there is not a doctor who treats adult sickle cell in San Antonio, Texas? Not one. I know it because I've looked for one. And so it's things like that you as a community, we as a community can advocate for and say, why is that? Sickle cell greatly impacts African Americans. Why is there not a physician in San Antonio who takes care of adult sickle cell? So it's things like that. Sometimes when you look at yourself again as an army of one, you can feel overwhelmed, and that, I can't possibly do that. But when you start to unite, as we've always done about everything, when you start to unite, but not just unite, and if you don't understand what's going on, get someone who has a greater amount of education who can help to navigate all of this. So when we ask you, hey, come and do a walk, Deltas, come and do a walk for Kenya, or come and help do this, you may not ever go to Kenya, or you may not ever do any of the things that you see the greater good for the greater good, but just do it for the greater good.
Support the
Support.
community. Okay, thank you. Dr. Striblin?
I agree with her 100%. And both of us are in private practice pretty much on our own, but we also realize that we have to reach out to one another to see if there is some strength that her practice has where things can be helped. Perfect example is I had a patient of mine who was diabetic. She had an infected ulcer, and then she subsequently got fired from her job, and she had no more insurance. So when she came in, she said, Dr. Striblin, this is the last time I'm going to see you because I don't have the money and I don't have a job. But what I did was I saw her for free because it just doesn't make sense from a medical standpoint and a moral standpoint to put prices above people. And those are the kind of things that you have to do, and do it at a sacrifice. And I'm not telling you that because I want you to come and get free care. Trust me. That ain't what I'm saying. And don't lie to me and say you ain't got no job. But what I am saying is that there has to be a tremendous amount of sacrifice. And I tell my kids this all the time. Being black in America is tough. And you have to be, and I remember my parents telling us, you got to be twice as good. And you do. You can't be average and be black. It just doesn't work that way in this country. And so when we run our practices, we do it sometimes at a fault because we don't get the same kind of things that a white-owned multiple practice would do. And we understand that, and I'm not angry at anybody that's Anglo and has a successful practice because I know what I have to do. I have to work twice as hard to get what I need. That's just the way it is. That's not a complaint. That's just a reality that I face.
Thank you, Dr. Scribbling. So we're getting real talk, ladies and gentlemen. This is the real truth. Can we talk a little bit about preventive health care and screenings and how that has impact on our communities?
Gladly talk about that. So going back to my original, the original statement about my mom, and I said that she had lack of access, but also lack of education. And so one of the things that happens, I'm gonna tell you what a Carroll Clinic, visit looks like. When I was full-fledged, now I have a nurse practitioner, and I think that she does pretty much the same thing. When you know better, you do better, right? So it is up to your physician. That's whether it's me or any other physician. It's up to the physician to help to direct the patient. Okay, we can criticize patients all day long. It's up to the physician to help direct the patient. So if the physician says, oh, you're 45, now the screening age for a colonoscopy is 45. I want you to get a colonoscopy. Oh, you are a smoker. I may not want to offend you. You could be my girl and a smoker, but I still have to tell you that smoking is detrimental to your health. Oh, you need a mammogram. When was your last one? Hey, you need a mammogram. Let's get that done. So educating patients, but also directing patients in a way, that's not, the physician, used to be a really respected person, less so now, but I can tell you that most physicians really are trying to help the patients. If they come across in any negative way, maybe because they're being overwhelmed, burnt out, and all the other things that go along with that. But screenings and all of those things are very important. And so if you can't get through to the patient, maybe sometimes you can get through to the family members or whoever. But it is up to the doctor to help the patient navigate the healthcare system, period.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Missy. Dr. Stribley?
Well, here's the other thing about healthcare and things we don't make the direct relationship between. Where I live, the HEB is fantastic. It has great fruits and vegetables, but if you go to the HEB on the east side, there's a tremendous difference. I don't know if HEB is a sponsor, sorry, but I'm sorry.
It's real talk.
Yeah, it's real talk. So if you go to the HEB on where I live, there's a difference. Now, you might say, well, what does that mean? It means that a lot of people socioeconomically live in a food desert. And if your healthcare is directly related to the type of foods that you eat. And so it makes a tremendous difference. So when we talk about healthcare disparities, it's more than whether you've seen your doctor, although that's extremely important. It also relates to where you live. If you live in a depressed area economically, more than likely your health care is going to be in a disparity also. So we got to keep those things in mind too, and we got to put pressure on areas that are food deserts, where you don't get healthy food, you get food that is detrimental to your health.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Stribley.
And I may not be invited back again, but I just nice seeing y'all.
That is real talk. I can attest to that in working in a medical practice and going to different places on different sides of town. And when you get ready to go to lunch, I thought I'm going to run to the store and I'm going to get me some yogurt and some fruit. Well, at that time, I was at 1954 East Houston Street. I was going to run up the street to the store and get me some yogurt and some fresh fruit. Not any canned fruit, but some fresh fruit. And I did go into the store, and there was limited options on my yogurt, not like where I'm used to seeing all the different kinds of yogurt. And the fresh fruit, I just made a decision not to do it that day. So when he says what he says, he's saying what he's saying, because that is very, very true. Now, in talking about that and talking about our options as it relates to where we live, As it relates to being a patient, and you are an African American patient or you are a Hispanic patient, and you are going in to see a provider, how do we navigate as African American and brown patients seeing a provider, or even in your own experience as patients are sometimes afraid to ask questions or afraid to challenge the provider, and particularly in a hospital setting when you have, say, yourself or a mother, father, or somebody that is in the hospital and the doctor says X and you know maybe that's not the direction. Dr. Missy.
So, Fran, what you're describing is what we call cultural competency or cultural competence. And that is one of the things that we try to really instill in the medical students that we're training now. And what that means is really the way that you described it. There are things that, and you may not even know it. There are things, a lot of things that I know because I grew up in rural Louisiana. So there's a lot of black stuff I know, okay, because we did it. All right, we didn't go to the doctor, so we use home remedies and different things like that. So none of that's unfamiliar to me. I'm sure in the brown communities, the Latinx communities, there's a lot of the same things. So what you want to do is you would love to have a doctor who is culturally competent, meaning they understand a lot of the things that go on in different cultures. And so they will not, there's a lot of patient bashing that goes on, okay? And then I made the statement a minute ago, when you know better, you do better. But sometimes that may not even be the case, because sometimes what they know and what they do is hand in hand, right? It's not about knowing better. It's just the way we do things, okay? So what the doctor is tasked with is trying to be culturally competent, understanding the way that people do things in that culture and navigating around it. So if you know that beans and rice is a staple, okay? You say things like, you don't go, oh, you need to stop eating so much of that because that's high in carbohydrates and that's going to get...
That's all they know.
That's all we know. And what are you saying by doing that? And so it's a way to do things. It's a way to say things. It's a way to make other suggestions that doesn't totally dismiss what people are brought up in and believe in. And I mean, when I say believe in it wholeheartedly, not just a little belief, okay? But in that also we can make changes and stuff. I go home to Louisiana. And my folks can cook. I don't want a whole bunch of stuff, but I want some good greens and bread, right? But I stopped eating pork, and I stopped eating not really because of any health reasons. I tell this story, I stopped eating it because there was a boy and I made a challenge to each other that we could stop doing it. And for 20-something years, I haven't eaten pork, right? Well, I cook now with smoked turkey or something like that, something maybe that's less fat if I choose to do that. Does it take away from the taste of the greens? I don't think so. But see, things like that is meeting people in their likes or where they are, but offering
options.
Better options, or options, not necessarily better. We know it to be better options. They don't know it's a better option, but we say it like, why don't you try this versus that? So that is important. Again, that's why when we talk about seeing a patient who looks like you, hopefully, if that patient looks like you, that patient may, if they've not had some of your experiences, they know of some. Right. If they are in the Northeast, they had a grandmama in Mississippi. You get what I'm saying? Or something like that. So that's the whole point of cultural competence in the care of patients.
Thank you, Dr. Missy. And what about, I'll just add to that, in terms of us having someone with us, whether we're young or old, to scribe or to be able to understand what the doctor is saying, so that maybe 4 ears are hearing it versus 2, but in particularly if we have an older patients that are going in to see the provider.
Yeah, I think one of the things that I try to do with my patients is to talk to them on their level. I can use big words. Somebody comes to my office and I can say, you have hallux abductus valgus. They don't know what that is. That's a bunion. And so I explain to them in just common terms what they have. If you go in and talk to a patient in medical terms, you're doing a disservice not only to the patient but to yourself also. And so what I try to do is have a personal relationship with a patient when they come in. In my practice, I see black patients, white patients, and Latinos. More Latinos because San Antonio is 65% Latino, right? But no matter what their ethnic background is, I always go in and try to get some type of relationship with the patient. And that's what you have to do as a doctor, because when you do that, patients start to open up to you and tell you the truth about what they're doing. Because I could tell a patient who's diabetic, you need to watch what you eat or your diabetes is going to get bad. But if you have a relationship with them, they said, yeah, you know what? I'm not watching what I eat. So what do we need to do next? And sometimes it's a slow process to get a patient to where you need them to be, but you have to establish a relationship with them in order to get that. The bad side about that for me is I'm usually in the room too long, as my medical assistants tell me, but it also means that I have all these patients. Monday morning, I stopped by my office today. I had one of my medical assistants come in to call patients. I got 43 patients scheduled for Monday, 53 scheduled for Tuesday. The reason for that, it could be I'm the best podiatrist in the world, but the reason for that is because I established a relationship with them. That patient is a person, and so that's a mother, that's a father, that's a cousin, that's an uncle. So you have to look at it from that perspective, and I think that helps for the doctor-patient relationship.
Thank you. Dr. Missy, were you going to say something else?
I was going to say something funny. I wasn't going to say loan me some patience, but you can loan me an MA if you look.
I got too many of them.
Oh, please send me some. Yeah, that was it.
Okay, no, that is great. And let's talk a little bit about that. I know that those that are in the audience and patients in general may understand that the doctor only has so much time in the room. How can we as patients best utilize our time with the provider in the room?
Well, I am not adverse to patients coming with loved ones. Okay, but I would say that if you're going to bring a loved one, don't bring everybody to that visit. And you see a lot of this because there's a lot of sibling rivalry and different things that go on. So, we gonna bring mama to the doctor, but the two siblings don't even get along. So they're in the room, and one sibling is saying this, mama needs to do that. No, she don't. Mama did so and so, and so that can become pretty frustrating. A novelist probably would be, really overwhelmed. In my 20 years, I've learned a little about how to, maneuver amongst family members who are fighting and different things like that. But how to best utilize that time would be, first of all, always bring your medicine. So if you're bringing your loved one, make sure the medications are with you. That is, I think all doctors probably ask that of patients and whether patients do it or not, but that could save a lot of time if you would bring your medicines, but don't bring a bunch of old empty bottles with you. The other thing is if you are bringing someone with you, please, if you're going to bring them consistently, be consistent with that person, because when the sister who knows nothing about mama shows up, that's like starting all over with mama's care or whatever. So those are just 2 points. There's many things I could say, but I'm going to give those 2 points.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Stribling?
Yeah, I think it's important if a patient is coming to my office, I invite them to bring somebody with them, because they may not be able to understand what the doctor is trying to tell them, but you need that kind of support too. But by the time I'm done, that person that's coming with them says, you know what, I think I want to see you too, Dr. Stribling. I said, girl, go ahead and pay your copay. Come on in. Yeah, so that's an important aspect of it too. That's a practice builder. So I never tell a patient, especially an elderly patient, always bring somebody with you. And then in my practice, we actually have a free van service, because a lot of my elderly patients, they don't drive anymore. And if you don't have transportation, you're not getting to the doctor.
Right.
And so I have a full-time driver that picks up any of my patients that need transportation. That's extremely important. When you talk about healthcare, and I know we got Via Trans and all that kind of stuff, but sometimes Via Trans, they're full. You have to make certain
arrangements
arrangements
early.
with them early, and sometimes they're not going to get you there on time. So we do that simply because a lot of my elderly patients, and I would say 55% of my patients, they're Medicare patients, and they just don't drive anymore, or they don't have anyone to take them. So it's those kind of things you have to take into consideration with patients.
Excellent, excellent. Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, as we get ready to kind of bring this to a close, I would like Dr. Missy and Dr. Stribling to, one, share a little bit with you about exactly where their practices are, so that should you need a physician in their area of expertise, that you certainly will be able to reach out and see them. And number two, just what are your parting thoughts or your message to our community about, is your culture killing you in terms of what we do and how we can better navigate in this medical culture?
I would say change that to Trump trying to kill you. So you got to make sure that you vote, because that's extremely important. You know, when you talk about healthcare, politics is intertwined with it. They did not like Barack Obama starting the Affordable Care Act, because the insurance industry, I don't know if they're in here too, but the insurance industry, they're multi-billion-dollar corporations, and they want you to pay for most of your health care. That's why your deductibles go up, your co-pays go up, because they want you to pay the premium, but they don't want to pay for your care. So we have to be involved from a political standpoint to make sure that health in the United States is treated equally for everyone, black, white, Latino, whatever your race or ethnicity is.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr.
Dr.
Shriver.
Missy?
So my answer to that question would be no. Your culture is not killing you, same as Dr. Stribling is saying. But knowing that we start behind. We have started behind in so many areas. If you know that, then take it upon yourself, or we take it upon ourselves to do what we need to do to help our community, to help our fellow man, to help our loved one, because nobody can care for you like you can care for you, right? Nobody can care for us like we can care for ourselves. And because you know that they can tell, people can tell you a lot of things about, I tell people all the time who are searching and searching for someone to do surgery. They've been told no by this person, they've been told no by that person. Somebody will do surgery on you if you keep searching, right? Mm-hmm. And sometimes that's a good thing and sometimes that's a bad thing. But know that you are empowered. You have power as a partaker or of health care. You have your own power, but you have the power to get an understanding. If you can't get it, find someone who can help you get an understanding. I am located at 812 South Hackberry Street, which is kind of catacornered across from Tony G's Soul Food. It's a 2-story house that's gated. That's my practice. Carroll Clinic for Family-Centered Health Care. Our phone number is 210-271-0805. And we're a small practice, but we would do our best to take care of you the best we know how. But remember, you have power in and of yourself, and so learn to advocate for yourself. Never accept what someone is just telling you. Do your own research. If you don't use a computer, get a grandchild or somebody, because that's all they do, okay, to help you get to where you need to be.
Thank you. And Dr. Stribling, were you going to give that commercial? Is that what?
Yeah, well, I was so busy talking about Trump, I forgot to give you all my address. I'm located at 305 East Euclid. That is right around the corner from Metropolitan Methodist Hospital. Really easy to find, free parking. We love everybody.
and right down the street from Luby's on
From
Main.
Luby's, where I go to lunch and turn people down and then go back to my office.
Well, thank you. I want to say to you all, ladies and gentlemen, that we have over 50 plus years of experience sitting here on the stage. Dr. Stribling, as he shared, has been in practice for 36 years, and Dr. Walker, Dr. Missy, as of August 4th, celebrating 20 years practicing physician here in San Antonio. So it is certainly a joy and a pleasure to know that we have this experience, this expertise, this medical knowledge in the city of San Antonio and sitting before you today. I also heard it said, and I hope that you all were listening, find that sixth grader. Where is that sixth grader in your family, in your church, in your community that you know might be the next physician? Because that is how soon we need to start them on the path, on the pipeline, on the trajectory of becoming a great doctor in our community. And I also heard it said that we have to educate ourselves and we have to advocate for ourselves so that we can be a good patient, but that we can receive the appropriate treatment that we need so that our health care will be a number one. So thank you to Black Book, to Mr. Carl Booker, to the team for allowing us to be here today. I'm Francine Prosser Johnson, and we count it all a joy. Thank you.
All right. Let's give our medical panel a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And our moderator. I haven't seen her in a while, but Miss Francine Prosser Johnson. Give him another round of applause. Y'all better get over there and see Dr. Walker, because I'm going to see Dr. Stribling next week. Dogs need some attention. Roof. All right, y'all have a good time. Did y'all learn something? All right, good, good. We got another doctor in the audience. It's Dr. Chadwell and Caleb and Chris, our writers. And we got another panel coming up soon, but we got a special treat for you all. We're doing something a little different, so hold tight. I'm ready to introduce, when I say bad to the bone, you're going to find out in just a minute. Hold tight.
I don't want nobody to give me nothing. Open up the door. I'll get it myself. I don't want nobody to give me nothing. Open up the door. I'll get it myself. I don't want nobody to give me nothing. Open up the door. I'll get it myself. I don't want nobody to give me nothing. Open up the door. I'll get it myself. I don't want nobody to give me nothing. Open up the door. I'll get it myself. Do you hear me? I don't want nobody to give me nothing. Open up the door. I'll get it myself. Don't give me integration. Give me true communication. Don't give me sorrow. I want equal opportunity to live tomorrow. Give me schools and give me better books so I can read about myself and gain my true looks. I don't want nobody to give me nothing. Open up the door, I'll get it myself. Do you hear me now? I don't want nobody to give me nothing. Open up the door, I'll get it myself. Some of us try as hard as we can. We don't want no sympathy, we just wanna be a man. I don't want nobody to give me nothing. Open up the door, I'll get it myself. Do you hear me? I don't want nobody to give me nothing. Open up the door, I'll get it myself. We got talents we can use on our side of town.
Godfather.
Payback.
Cold-blooded. People, people, gotta get over before we go under. Lord. People, people, we gotta get over before we go under. Hey, country, you didn't say what you meant. You just changed. Brand new funky president. Stock market going up, jobs going down. It ain't no funky job to be found. Tax keep going up. I changed from my glass, now I drink from my paper cup. Getting bad. People, people, we gotta get over before we go under. Listen to me. Let's get together and raise. Let's get together, get some land. Raise our food like the man. Save our money like the mob. Put up a factory on the job.
Tell them Godfather.
Hello. Turn on the funk motor. Get down and praise the Lord. Get sexy, sexy, get funky and dance. Love me, baby, love me nice. Don't make it once, but can you make it twice? I like it. People, people, we got to get over before we go under. People, people, well, before we go under. Turn on your funk motor. I know it's tough. Turn on your funk motor until you get enough, yeah. Here, give yourself a chance to come through.
Mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check.
Tell yourself I can do what you can do.
Mic check, mic check, mic check.
Hey, this is the man.
Rap Godfather.
Payback.
Cold-blooded.
Mic check, 1, 2, 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this year's Purchase Hire for Black Expo. Before we bring our next panel up, and this next panel is going to blow you away, just like the first panel. Got some heavy hitters on this next panel, and they sit right up here in the front row looking at me like, Keith, don't get it twisted. Who's in the building? I know Professor Fred. I see you over there. Yes, I do. Caleb, Sharp. All right. Y'all even brought a heavy hitter up in here, too. I see him over there. Ladies and gentlemen, we're in a special treat. I saw this artist. Actually, I brought this artist up on stage probably about 6 years ago. It's been a minute, about 5, man. Yeah, because COVID. And when I saw this artist on stage, man, it blew me away with her gift of music, song, musicianship. Ladies and gentlemen, can I have your attention, please? I want you to hear this artist right here. Ladies and gentlemen, throughout the building, I want y'all to check this artist out because she's going places. Ladies and gentlemen, not 5K, not 10K, not 24 karat. Ladies and gentlemen, this bad musician, guitarist, songstress, let's give 34K a round of applause.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. How y'all doing? All right, y'all. Like Keith said, thank you so much, Keith, for that warm welcome. I'm a singer-songwriter. I really believe in creativity and originality, and I'm going to sing some songs that I've written for you today. This very first song is called Sweet. It is currently available to be downloaded and streamed on all of the music platforms. I hope you enjoy it. Fire's burning inside my heart, one that you've ignited. The butterflies have made their way. You take me back to its tender stages. there's no denying, no, not at all. You make my world so vibrant and top it off with cream and glaze. I can't wait till I get a taste. Your kiss is so sweet, it knocks me off my feet. I can feel the sugar rush inside of me. Your kiss is so sweet, it just may rot my teeth. It gets me high. I can't get you out of my head. I crave every flavor you share, 'cause you're sitting on my tongue, sweet just like a honey bun. Now you got me sprung and woke my heart and made it on. Your scent, it captivates me. Your fragrance is into my dreams, 'cause you're so sweet, so sweet. So sweet, so sweet. True excitement, giggles all day. I can't contain this, I'm about to explode. Got me feeling like a kid in a candy store. I could say that your love is something like an almond joy. Bubble gum and all my favorite toys, and you leave me with no other choice. I gotta sing it out, ain't afraid to use my voice. Your kiss is so sweet, nice on my feet. I can feel the sugar rush inside of me. Your kiss is so sweet, it may just rot my teeth. It gets me high. I can't get you out of my head. I crave every flavor you share, 'cause you're sitting on my tongue, sweet just like a honey bun. Now you got me sprung, you woke my heart and made it on. Your scent, it captivates me. Your fragrance is into my dreams, 'cause you're so sweet, so sweet. So sweet, so sweet. No, mama used to tell me that I shouldn't get too hooked on these sweets. Oh, but you handed me some saccharine that I'm lacking in, and now I'm complete. Oh, yeah, sweet. Sitting on my tongue, sweet just like a honey bun. Now you got me sprung, you woke my heart and made it on. Your scent, it captivates me. Your fragrance is into my dreams, 'cause you're so sweet, so sweet. So sweet, so sweet. Thank you. Thank you. Again, thank you again. Sweet can actually be found on all social media platforms or music streaming platforms. I'm gonna play one more for y'all, and this one is considered my hit, I guess. A lot of people like this song. This one's called Radio. I hope you enjoy it, can rock to it, and if you want to sing it along, sing along. So here we go. Sing your song, let it play, you don't have to be shy. Rock me to sleep with your lovely lullaby, yeah. 'Cause your soul puts me to ease, it's me hard to get. Why don't ever stop playing, boy? I can't get enough of it. No, 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 no. Gonna have to back off now, no need to be a tease. Sugar, you got me blushing, got me crushing every day of the week. 'Cause you're truly a treat, and my ears are inclined every time your song lingers there. If you need a background singer to support your life, I can harmonize with you through your lows and highs. I can't wait to get back to my radio so I can listen to that one song that reminds me of you every time that I
puts a smile on my face and just brightens my mood. And the feeling can't get no stronger, and this way can't get no longer. I can't wait to get back to my radio so I can listen to my favorite song that reminds me of you. You, baby. Escalate to the perfect immaculate beat, banging in the back of the trunk as I'm sitting in the passenger seat. Cause you're truly treating my hands are inclined every time your song lingers in. If you need a background singer to support your life, I can harmonize with you through your lows and highs. I can't wait to get back to my radio so I can listen to that one song that reminds me of you. Every time that I sing along, it puts a smile on my face and just brightens my mood. And the feeling can't get no stronger, and this way can't get no longer. I can't wait to get back to my radio so I can listen to my favorite song that reminds me of you. Yeah, baby, you've been on repeat and the world wonders why. But I'm convinced that you are worth why, yeah. And I can't deny that I even bear your melody. It shocks my ears. I can't wait to get back to my radio so I can listen to that one song that reminds me of you. Every time that I sing along, it puts a smile on my face and brightens my mood. And the feeling can't get no stronger, and this way can't get no longer. I can't wait to get back to my radio so I can listen to my favorite song that reminds me of you.
Thank you guys so much again. I have been 34K. You can find me on all the socials under 34K. So, oh, okay. I have a special request from Keith. I'm gonna play a little something that hopefully you guys know. Okay, a little bit of NDRE. Here we go. Sometimes I shave my legs and sometimes I don't. Sometimes I comb my hair and sometimes I won't. Depend on how my wind blows, I might even paint my toes. It really just depends on whatever feels good in my soul. I'm not the average girl from your video, and I ain't built like a supermodel, but I learned to love myself unconditionally because I am a queen. I'm not the average girl from your video. My worth ain't determined by the price of my clothes. No matter what I'm wearing, I will always be the envy of me. Then I look in the mirror and the only one there is me. Every freckle in my face is where it's supposed to be. And I know my creator didn't make no mistakes on me. My feet, my thighs, my lips, my eyes, I'm loving what I see. I'm not the average girl from your video, and I ain't built like a supermodel, but I learned to love myself unconditionally because I am a queen. I'm not your average girl from your video. My worth ain't determined by the price of my clothes. No matter what I'm wearing, I will always be the NDRE. The NDRE. The NDRE. The NDRE.
Man, y'all get 34K a round of applause. Girl is bad, ain't she? Y'all make sure you all check her out on Facebook, Instagram, and she's moving around all through Texas with that guitar. Give 34K another round of applause. Thank you all so much. Well, next, ladies and gentlemen, is our contemporary Black Voices. The panel will be taking the stage. You're getting ready to learn something. And for all of you pupils and students, class is about to be in session.
Check. Check, just 1, 2, 2.
me sing?
Ladies and gentlemen, we threw that mixture of entertainment in with 34K. We do have some more entertainment that's going down at 4:55 today, and artists from Louisiana. But let's get to our panel, contemporary black voices, and we have a special guest that has been on the writer Professor Fred show. He's sitting right here in the middle. Ladies and gentlemen, Caleb, Dr. Chadwell, Chris, Lane, and Professor Fred, contemporary of black voices you can see every Saturday. Professor, you have the con.
Hello? Yeah. Okay. Welcome to Contemporary Black Voices, where we analyze issues pertinent to Black America. I will be your host for the show today, but before we get started, I want to thank my teammates here for filling in for me while I was gone. You guys did a great job, and I do appreciate it. And I think Keith has already introduced everyone. I had to add a little stuff here. Caleb is a bestseller author, great writer, and of course, Dr. Sharon Michael Chadwell, are better known as the lovely Dr. Chadwell. And of course, my friendly challenger to everything, I espouse community leader and businessman Chris Dawkins. And I mean, Lane, thanks for being between us, okay? I appreciate that, because it's been a while. It's been a while, but we get down. We get down up here. We don't mess around. Okay, for today's show, we're going to tackle the age-old problem of white racism. Specifically, will racism raise its ugly head and defeat the first woman who happens to be black to occupy the White House as President of the United States? You might argue that the issue was settled when Barack Obama was first black elected president. But take note that I said first woman who happens to be black, adding to the issue the problem of misogyny. Democratic presidential candidate Kamala Harris will face what has been referred to as misogynoir, the combination of misogyny and racism. And of course, Barack did not face this problem. In an article by an American expert on disinformation, Nana Jankowicz has written, whether Democrat or Republican, young or old, urban or rural, women running for office were subjected to sex-based falsehoods and hate that male counterparts were not. In a 2020 study conducted by Jankowicz, she found over a 2-month period, 336,000 instances of abuse or disinformation targeting 13 female candidates across 6 social platforms. And here's the amazing part. 78% of the abuse and disinformation on that platform was targeted against Harris. Incredible. So the issue that needs to be discussed, and we're going to do that today, is will the combination of misogyny and racism get in the way of this beautiful, talented black woman becoming the first president, black female president, or first female president of the United States? And I have with me here a man who has a great, great record as a leader in the Texas State Legislature. He was a member of what was known as the Dirty 30. And it's not a negative, but it's a positive. And this is the story he has written about taking on the power structure in the Texas State Legislature from the years 1971 until 1977, where he and 30 others were able to break up the monopoly that ruled in the Texas State Legislature during those years. So, Mr. Lane Denton, let me turn to you, sir. white racism going to mess up this lady's chance to becoming president of the United States?
Well, we certainly hope not. But the issue, Fred, that we've got to look at is a very broad issue of where we are in the year 2024. The warning that I'm telling everybody that it is going to not only be the most dynamic election, but probably the closest. And I've followed presidential campaigns actually since 1952. So I think I know the states. The Electoral College is not on the side of the people. And that could be Vice President Harris's problem. But I calculate they're not just 5 or 6 swing states, they're about 12 or 15. And if you have any hope for progress in this country, we're going to have to deal with it head on. But what's standing in the way is power, greed, and corruption. The military-industrial complex, just following the history of Vice President Harris, they're not going to accept her. And they want Donald Trump as the president because he will go to war anytime, anywhere, and we're going to have to face that reality. So what we've got to do is pay close attention to the issues and try to be as supportive and get as many people out to vote as we can. It's not going to be easy. For instance, change can occur. Today is an anniversary of the death of Michael Brown. The police department in Ferguson, Missouri, today is 50% black.
Need the mic up a little bit.
And are you able to hear me, or is it okay? Another point I want to make, in that we're talking about white Americans. In 1948, James Baldwin told all of his friends, "I'm leaving the United States." And they called him Jimmy, and said, "Jimmy, where in the world will you go?" And Baldwin said, "It doesn't really matter. Anywhere I go in the world, they're going to treat me better than I'm being treated here."
Amen.
So what we've got to do, and I was in touch about, I guess, 3 or 4 months ago with the president of the black farmers. Now, this is an example of what we've all got to do to make a change. John Boyd, the president, met with Vice President Biden in 20, and we had to have South Carolina. The black farmers of South Carolina, Georgia, and Alabama, almost the vast majority, the 70,000 members. I think everybody understands the discrimination where a black farmer would go into the USDA office to apply for a loan, to get a special program. "Oh, I'm sorry, the money's out. We don't have any anymore. And you'll have to come back next year when we get the appropriations." Well, it went on, and I must say, administration after administration did nothing. They finally got some funds and said, "We got to go." President Biden had an opportunity to execute the funds. He didn't. But Mr. Boyd went to him and said, "Well, the show is over. And I'm going to, if you don't move and expedite the funds, I'm going to announce that I'm not voting for the Democratic Party." 3 weeks later, the funds started moving. And that's what we have to have. And I'm not an expert on how we're going to have to put the powers to be, but there is an entrenched white power structure money structure in this country that prevails in every race. And that's the reason we're suffering from climate change and all the other possibilities that you can think of. And we've got to change that, and it can be done. Vice President Harris is going to have her hands full. It is not going to be easy, but particularly the first 2 years. But we'll cover later how we can organize to get some momentum and change. It's got to happen. Fred?
Okay. Doctor, you have a question for our guests.
You know, observation, okay, just an observation. Yes, I agree that the military contractual community is going to have issues with her if she becomes president because she may cut in on their money. But I also think, though, what could help her is the fact that Tim Walz is a 23-year veteran, and so he may help her how to maneuver that avenue. What do you think?
Well, probably, unfortunately, he seems to be a pretty nice guy, but he does have a little bit of a veteran's problem that's come up, but I'm hoping they'll explain that. But when the voter goes into the booth, and I've conducted some of these surveys after the voting, the voters do not pay any attention to who the vice president. It's all about who the president.
So Trump was right about that. They don't care about the vice president. They only care about the presidential nominee.
That's correct.
Now, I do have another question. Project 2025. Now, how many of you guys in the audience have downloaded the document, just looked at it? Just raise your hand if you looked at it. So, I have this theory that this excitement, this joy that we're seeing right now with Harris and Walz, these long lines of people, people in these auditoriums packed to the rafters, hangars having to be open just to hold all these people. I think the common thread has been or is the threat of more of that document being activated. Now, do you think that this misogyny and racism that Vice President Harris is encountering now and will encounter more as a president, do you think that that document will slow it down or will it increase even more?
Well, it's 800 pages long.
900.
900. It's a
932, I think.
And don't you think they are saying, why in the world did we ever do that? I mean, it's I'm not sure what the impact, it's probably not going to be too major when it gets right down to it. The issues are really going to be too complicated in that particular document. I'm just not sure. I'd have to pass on that.
Well, let me ask you a question. Historically in this country, white voters have not put their best interest before consideration of something black. I mean, they'll vote for something against their best interest if it's against us. Now we have a perfect example. Project 2025, I think, is against almost everyone's best interest except the super rich. Now they have a choice. They got this black woman, and she is black, okay? Trump, she's black. Woman that can become president. Now they have their choice. They want to put this guy in there who's going to probably implement 2025, which is going to be against their best interest. Or are they going to vote for this black woman who will block 2025?
Well, it's always a possibility from a standpoint of the white voter, not really taking in consideration what's the right thing to do, Fred, but I'm guessing the crowd that I understand that wrote the Project 2025 are ultra conservatives, and I think by the time it gets into October, and I'll say this, for the first time in many presidential campaigns, the debates will be very important, but it may also add to the chaos that's occurring. And I didn't mention earlier, I've calculated that it's very likely to go to the House of Representatives. Neither candidate gets the 270, number one. Number two, there's a possibility of lawsuits being filed like crazy, and you have 20 or 30 lawsuits. The experts are saying, well, the only choice will be to consolidate them. So we may end up, after November, seeing the Supreme Court, 9 people making the decision. Now, all of that is going to add to the chaos of the election.
Well, if it goes to the House of Representatives, I believe Trump will win, because I believe the rule is each state gets one vote, and he would have probably, Harris would have the heavy electoral vote states like New York, California, not here, not Texas, New York, California, and the other ones, but all the rest of the states could make the difference and could give it to Trump. But what I was really driving at is, you recall, Lane, 1980, how the blue-collar workers, white workers of this country, went from the Democratic Party over to the Republican Party because Reagan promised them he was going to do away with all this nonsense of civil rights and everything else. Because he made his first address in Philadelphia, Mississippi, which sent a message. And so could we see the same thing happening again? That not that folks who wrote that document, but the blue-collar worker out there that's white, will they want to support Ms. Harris?
Well, the UAW in Michigan, and Michigan is one of the key states, endorsed Vice President Harris.
That's the leadership. I'm not talking about that, Lane, and I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the workers who go 8 to 5 every day. They belong to the union, but we know in 1980 they bucked the union and went with Reagan.
And in 2016, they voted for Trump over Hillary Clinton.
Yeah.
Well, it's just the deep-seated racism that we have been unable to get past. It's out there, and we're going to have to deal with it.
Okay.
I don't know what to say other than we're just going to have to do the best we can.
Okay, Chris, you have a question? Did you have a question?
I take a whole different approach on all of this. I think this is going to be a different election than anyone has ever seen in our lives. You talk about, Fred, whether or not someone would accept a black female. If you look at Project 2025, I think that has scared the bejeebies out of everybody. And that being the case, Dr. Stribling put it very well in the last segment by saying we have to vote, because those things that we talk about or those things that are in Project 2025, should they become reality, is a detriment to America as a whole. So when you look at, the thing that I asked Fred about is, when you look at America, will Americans today look at the blackness over looking at protecting America? And I think that that's what it comes down to.
Are you kidding? They'll do it in a minute. The white, blue-collar workers will do that in a minute. And history is on my side. Whenever there has been an issue that's important to us, they've never gone. You have one period, okay? That was maybe the 60s with the Civil Rights Act, and the Voting Rights Act. But look what they did right after that. They elected Nixon. They elected a Republican Nixon who announced this war on crime. What was he talking about? Going into the inner cities and putting those black folks back in their place.
I'm glad you're in between us, Lane, because we about ready to get into a fight here.
Well,
Look.
most of the blue collar workers have not and will not read Project 2025.
That's my point. They won't.
No.
They won't know anything
And
about it.
I don't think it's going to be an issue when it comes down to the debate's going to be chaotic. Vice President Harris has got to prosecute former President Trump. It's going to talk about all of his civil cases and criminal cases. It's just going to be a shouting match that'll go on for maybe 2 hours.
90 minutes, they say. 90 minutes, yeah. Yeah.
And I haven't seen, at this point, I haven't seen really any issues other than Trump talking about the border and, of course, Harris responding to that. I haven't really seen any issues being talked about that affect the everyday American. So if that is not the case, or if you do agree with me that you have not seen issues being discussed, then it has to come down, in my opinion, to between America being free and a democratic society versus America being a dictatorship.
Why are you giving these people all that credit? I mean, I don't understand this, but I'm not going to try to dominate. Let's turn to Caleb. You want to add something in here, brother?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay. Okay, then we can stay at it then.
Yeah.
Stay at it.
Why are you giving these folks that much credit? Do you realize that for 200 and no, when did we first get here in 1602 or something like that? For all those years, they have not liked us.
I don't disagree with that.
They have. Do you realize people who go out and lynch folks don't like you? Why do you think these white folks today are much different than those white folks that were doing that 100 years ago?
See, I'm looking at a whole lot different. I think the threat of Project 25 is overwhelming right now. And so that they're seeing hope with Harris and Waltz on slowing it down, because they've been working on that document for about 40 years anyway. And Trump was just an ideal person to give it to, although he said he doesn't know anything about it, and he may not. But the point is that I think right now, I have to admit, when I listen to the campaign rallies and the speeches, there is a sign of hope, there's a sign of joy there, that, let her get in so we don't have to deal with this book for at least 4 years, possibly 8. But it's that threat there, because Christian nationalism is only a small percentage of people. I was a member of a church here in San Antonio that's a Christian nationalist church. And the things you hear from the pulpit is scary. And so that idea of being imposed on people, that's a scary thing. And the idea that each one of us in this room, there are certain freedoms that we like. And again, Project 2025 is designed to pull away all those freedoms, whether you're black, white, green, gay, whatever. It's designed to pull, now, because I have looked at that document pretty closely, and they've got stuff in there against vets, they got stuff in there against senior citizens, they have redefined what a family is, they talk about education, they talk about Head Start, they talk about getting rid of Medicare, they talk about, that document hits everybody's nerve points.
You got Fred squirming in the seat over there.
Fred, I'm not going to go ask, okay? But that document hits everybody's nerve points, everybody's golden cow is in that book.
Why do you think the people we're talking about don't give a damn about that? What they see is, who are you saying? I'm talking about that white class of folks out there.
Which one are you talking about? The ones at the Trump rally or at the?
I'm talking about the ones that go to work every day, work in factories, the farmers, all the farmers. I'm talking about all those folks. Everybody, let's say everybody outside the city limits of San Antonio. I mean, you want to go to Bandera, you want to go to Bernie, you want to go out to those folks out there I'm talking about. All they see is that black face thinking she's going to sit her black butt in the White House, and they don't give a damn about Project 25.
Well, this is how
I
I'm looking at it. I think it's going to be a temporary field if she wins. Because again, for me, and especially me pulling Social Security right now, the idea that you've got some folks who have the gall of even threatening Social Security, that's my golden cow.
Why do they? You're assuming these people care
but
about
the point
that.
I'm saying, you've got some people who don't know, who won't read the book. So I'm going to throw all those people out there, possibly Trump folks. But you got a lot of people on the other side of the fence and a whole lot of folks who are very, very familiar with their section of the book. Their section of the book.
How many do you think actually have even opened that document? How many?
Okay, so everybody in the room again.
There's 350 million Americans.
So
how many do you think?
If we assess everybody in this room to include those of us on the panel, have you ever actually opened the book and raised a hand and look at it? You know, I've looked at it. I've been deep in it, and it's ugly. It's ugly. But again, I'm a researcher. Okay, so I can look at this thing a certain way. But if you are a vet, you go to the vet portion. If you are one-toe, you go to the one-toe section. But the point is that there are sections in that book designed for everybody in this room, everybody on 410, everybody on 35. Now, the percent of people who are aware of it is unknown. But I think it's been talked about a lot in the news or stuff, to where people are aware and freedoms are taken away. People. Hello.
What I'm saying is they don't care. What they see is this black woman trying to occupy the White House. That's what I'm saying. They don't give a damn about Project 2025. Some of these people would be willing to give up their freedoms to make sure she doesn't get there. And that's the crowd. And everybody in here is consciously aware. Okay, you got consciously aware people in here. I'm not talking about the people in here. Like I said, I'm talking about the people on the side of 1604. And
I'm hoping that your views are not what America is today.
What?
I'm hoping that your views are not what America is today.
Wow.
Because
have you seen what's happened over the last 4 years?
You're not going to get those MAGA folks to vote for Kamala Harris, period. They're gone. There's no need to talk about or to them or anything. And the majority of what you have framed, in my opinion, you're only talking about those MAGA folks.
No, I'm not. That's what you're missing.
I know.
I'm talking about the average white person out there who goes to work every day. He watches his football. He loves his Super Bowl. He has his picnics. And he does not want to see that black woman in the White House. Now, what you're saying is that you think that's a smaller group, and it has decreased over the last 100 years.
Yes, I'm saying that MAGA group is a smaller group,
and
those
decreased
people
over the last 100 years.
And when you look at Kamala Harris and the situation that has gone on now, the amount of people that she's been able to put in the room, the amount of people that are on these Zoom calls and so forth, the white women for Kamala, the white dudes for Kamala, all of these kind of people, different factions that have been for that. You've never seen that before.
You guys, that's a drop in the bucket to the total population that's going to vote. 50,000 is nothing, okay? 50,000 white men, 50,000 women, 50,000 black women, and we're in the middle of an exciting, everybody's excited. Biden stepped down. Here comes Kamala with all her energy. People are energized. You gotta wait until after Labor Day. You gotta wait until after Labor Day. And then you're gonna start to see what's really gonna happen. And even today, with all the excitement behind her, they're still even. They're still even in the polls. Now, she'll probably get a boost after the Democratic convention. But if what you're saying is true, she should have shot straight up in the polls. He's ahead in one poll, she's ahead in one, but the other, they're tied still. So that boost you're saying she's getting is because of the excitement right now. I don't think you can judge it on that. So anyway, anybody?
So you're saying that there is that threat that this country could be dealing with the nut for 4 years.
Huh?
The idea of being ruled by the nut does not appeal to me.
But you see, that's the thing. We all know he's a nut. But there's millions of people out there who don't think he's a nut. They don't think he's a nut. And watch, he's going to have I think he's going to have a campaign thing tonight. It's going to be packed. It's going to be packed. And it will be. And to show you how much they disrespect us, they'll take their 6 little blacks and put them in the front row. So you see them all night long. And you know why he's doing that. Okay, go ahead, Lane. I'm sorry.
Not in the rally in Montana. I don't think they'll be able to find 6.
Okay, maybe. I hope not, but Lane, they might. They might.
Well, that's it. I mean, I want us also to talk about if Vice President Harris wins, and I'm predicting that she will. But she has the most difficult first 4 years, and if we don't figure out how to somehow get close to visit with her and the power, and we're talking about the black community, and say, here's our agenda, here's our 2025. And if you don't do it, don't be surprised if we don't support you for a second term. And that's power, hardball politics, but that's the name of the game. And she does give me some indications that she's not going to be as strong as she should be, but who knows? Once they get in the Oval Office, they have no choice, right?
But Lane, you know that a first-term president and everything that's going to go on, there's certain things that especially the black community is going to ask for. We want reparations, we want this, and we want that. There's no way that a first-term president, whether white or black, can come out and be able to do that and get reelected. It's impossible.
Well, I doubt that, but you can do, for instance, what if you had a national housing program for mortgages at 2% or 3% for young people? Why don't we do those kinds of programs? Why don't we have free lunches in every school in America?
Is that not a Congress issue versus an administration issue? The administration can put it forward, but it's going to have to be passed by the Congress.
Well, that's true, and I would tell the president, you've got 2 years, you're going to have to start campaigning in every congressional district. FDR was expert at going into those districts and getting members of Congress defeated. You've got to do that and say, we'll give you a honeymoon for 2 years, but starting the last 2 years, we need some action.
Okay.
I think if you ask President Obama today, he would say that was a terrible mistake to let the Republicans defeat the Supreme Court, not even let him make the nomination. And he should have said, I'm the president, and I'm just going to veto the pay raise of every military until Mitch McConnell, you come around. A president has to, and if she doesn't learn the lesson, we're in for
Now wait a minute.
difficult-
You said if he had said something about the military, what did you just say?
All he had to do was tell the Republicans, I'm not going to authorize the pay to the military until you back off your Supreme Court.
How far you think that's going to get him?
I don't know. Okay. He's the President of the United States. It'll get him pretty far.
Okay, we're going to wrap up this part of the discussion and move on unless somebody wants to make some final comments on this particular subject.
Caliph, I haven't heard. You've got to speak up.
No, I mean, I just, I guess my only question was, I know when they had the White Women for Harris phone call, and what I've been reading is, I know there's been a sentiment where white women are expressing kind of like this remorse, saying that they're being blamed for Trump's first election. And so it's kind of this idea of, yo, we have to make up for this. And so they've kind of rallied around that kind of sentiment. So I just want your thoughts about that. Do you think that's going to be sustainable? Do you think that's going to be more broad-based than it appears right now, where white women are actually going to, instead of voting in their interest and the interest of their daughter, last time they voted in the interest of their fathers and sons. So this time, are they going to make up for that and vote in their own interest?
Well, I think what you're going to see is all the money and manpower going into Pennsylvania, Georgia, Michigan, maybe Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada, and that's basically about it. So the rest of the country could just go to sleep because they're not really going to count. But one thing that we're all from Texas, my prediction is, and we're worried about the Electoral College, but if we can move Texas, and it's not going to happen too soon, but it's sooner, it's got to happen, we won't ever have another Republican president, and they will be the ones screaming, oh, we got to change the Electoral College. It's all over when Texas goes Democratic.
That's if, because we've seen a shift along the border counties where a lot of the Latino population has become a lot more conservative and have started to vote more Republican. So that shift may be a little bit further off than what we anticipate.
But there's no reason why the Democrats would allow the shift of the Hispanic vote. The Hispanics are, in many cases, discriminated not in the long term as black Americans, but they're really discriminated tremendously. Our education systems are horrible. We've got to turn that upside down. And if you're talking about the major issues of global warming, international foreign policy, the high school and college students ought to be leading the front. They've got the most at stake. But our government, there's another whole panel discussion on the horrible effects of the United States government. We have no money for a lot of these programs, but the truth is we do. I mean, we're the richest country in the world. We just print money like crazy. Yeah, absolutely. $35 trillion debt. It's almost $1 trillion in interest payment. Can you imagine what you could do with schools and health care? It just came out. Texas is at the bottom in health care in all the categories. We're right at the bottom. So we do have a lot of work to do, but I think most people are counting on the Black Video Network to inform the world, right?
Right. Absolutely. And so we're going to move on here. And Lane, you're welcome to stay up here with us, but we're getting ready to go to hot topics. Hot topics. And I'm going to turn it over to Chris to bring up our first hot topic.
Oh, I think we talked about Umar Johnson.
Yes.
We talked about Umar Johnson. Umar Johnson There was a recent video where Umar Johnson was taking the words of Kamala Harris, and she was saying, I am not going to do something specifically for black folks. And he was saying, why did the Biden-Harris ticket do something for the gay coalition? Why did they do something for the Jewish coalition? Why did they do something? And he went down the list of
He
talking.
did. He went down the list.
Right.
He mentioned LGBTQ. He did something for them. He said Asians. He did something specifically
Right.
for the Asians. And his point was he did nothing, and she will not commit to do anything specifically for black Americans. That was what he, I wish we could have shown that, but we couldn't.
So Stacey Abrams in Georgia, that's her name, right? Stacey
Yes.
Abrams. I saw her do an interview where it's one of those interviews to where you see it and you can't figure out where you saw it. But anyway, I saw it. And in that interview, she made an admission that I thought, well, I had to say, whoa, that to say as a black politician that they're going to do anything for blacks is suicidal to their career.
Right.
Because she said something like that. And I'm paraphrasing. So I think with Kamala, that is probably the same sense of reasoning that she's using as well. Even though she went to an HBCU, even though she, joined a black sorority, I think that our black politicians might have been told something that if they say this, then they won't get money. Now, I could be wrong, but that's the sense that I'm getting now based on what Stacey Abrams said.
What do you think, Lane?
Well, it's difficult really to say. She's got to talk about the issues that will help everybody. And because she's got to cut through, just think the interest rates and how that's impacting not just black voters, but across the board. The credit card interest rates. The Federal Reserve could change that tomorrow.
But let me interject this here. There's a large portion of the black community that always wants to expect if we hire or vote for a black person, then the black person should do something for black folks. As it was with Barack Obama, the same is with Kamala Harris. You're trying to win votes from everybody. And I'm not so sure that we know, based on our last segment when we were talking about with Fred, if you say something, and like the lovely Dr. Sharon Michael Chadwell said, you cannot say this and expect to be elected. You can't say, I'm going to give reparations for black folks. Well, first of all, that's going to have the ears go up at all the MAGA folks and everybody else that does not want to do that. So the question becomes is, as black folks, do we expect from electing a black person in a office, do we expect them to do something specifically for blacks? And
Umar does.
Huh?
Umar Johnson does.
Well, I think I do too as well, but I'm more realistic to say that we all want to do something for our people, but we haven't got there yet to be able to make that statement.
In our last session, we were talking about that blue collar worker out there. Man, if she came out and said, I'm for reparations, they would forget about Project 2025 and everything. That would be the death of her campaign. So why would this guy come out and even make that an issue?
Because that's what he does.
So it's all about him?
Well, no. I mean, everybody has a role to play. And I think Umar Johnson is playing his role.
What do you mean? How? When he criticizes her for not specifically saying, I'm going to do this for black people. And the only thing I could think that she could say would be reparations. So what role does he have to play if he says
The only
something-
analogy that I can give is it's just like the Spurs when you talk about the rock and you talk about pounding the rock. Each time you pound the rock, you make it a little bit more vulnerable down the line, okay? He may be saying this and he may be believing the same way that I am, but he's actually putting that out.
What are you believing?
I believe that, yes, I want him to do something for blacks, but I'm more realistic to say I know that can't be done at this particular point in
You
time.
want her to do something specifically just for blacks?
No, I'm saying that realistically cannot be done right now.
I'm not talking about realistically. You said that you would want to see her do something specifically for blacks. And I'm going to ask you, what is that specific thing that she can do only for blacks?
I don't know.
Well,
the only thing I can think would be reparations.
Well, that's going to be very difficult.
That's going to be impossible.
Right. Just do a study, which will be study 500, and then move on. But get your candidate elected to the office, and I think the blacks are not as organized among all the different organizations as they should be, but you could take the AFL-CIO and the environmental and the black organizations, meet with the president, and the president's going to have to be threatened. It's a one term, and it's probably in her best interest to be one term. I sent the message to Washington, to President Biden, look, this is it. One term, you need to retire.
And the other factor here that that elephant in the room that we're not talking about, this would be not only the first woman, first black, but first interracial married couple in the White House.
Oh, yeah.
And and that may that's going to be something whoa, wait a minute.
Well, I think overall, if the voters, you have to realize they've got to stop and decide what's in their best interest. I think they will. It's going to be very close, which is unfortunate, but get your candidate elected. But if we don't do anything and we don't go to the White House and say to the new president, stop sending billions of dollars in military aid and direct payments to Israel and stop the invasion of Gaza, get that over with, then we should all just give up. Because what's the point? Why elect someone if they don't do something?
All right, I think we're going to now switch over. Go ahead. Caleb, you want to say something?
No, yeah, I just want you get the panel's thoughts. So the API community had the lowest turnout on their phone call for Harris, right? The Asia Pacific community. They had the lowest turnout and with the lowest amount of donations. And that's a very large, wealthy community. And so my question is, what do you guys think? Are they doing enough? Are they doing their part to get her elected? Are they being as vocal as they can? And I wanted to bring this up in the light of their lawsuit against some of the big universities.
Right.
And so where does their community stand on Harris, on her mixed race, on her mixed marriage, and are they going to turn out for black folks? Because we just seen them sue the universities to prevent black folks from gaining interest. So what are your thoughts on that community? Lane, I'll let you take it first.
That's a very loaded question. Well, let me answer it this way. I don't think there's any question that the black vote is going to come out huge, but we have to look at the key states. Georgia's probably looking like the #1 state that it could make the difference. And I'm going back to the fact that if Vice President Harris wins and she won't cooperate and go get a bunch of people elected to Congress and speak out, one term, most people would accept one term as president. That's nothing wrong with that. But there has to be, for instance, what happened in Missouri with the Congresswoman that just got defeated. What was her name?
I know you're talking about.
$8 million was spent to defeat her, even though her voting record was 100% of all of the issues that we're for. The person who defeated her is moderate conservative, but he's black. But we're going to have to defend and help candidates like Cori Bush.
Well, right, but just a little bit. So we know, and we could just call it out. The person you're talking about was defeated by Jewish money. So they poured a lot of money into that campaign, into the primary, to defeat her, to get that candidate defeated. So my question is, how much money is the API community going to contribute to get Harris elected? So before we skip to her election, let's talk about the amount of effort all of the communities are putting in to get her elected, and what are your thoughts on whether they're doing enough?
Well, this presidential election will probably hit $3 or $4 trillion. Can you imagine that? When it's all settled, it's rather outrageous, and money's taken over. It's kind of dominates the Democratic Party and the Republican Party.
Right.
And if you're third party, you're difficult to even get on the ballot. So if we don't deal with the money issue, but that would be the first thing I would say in the top agenda. We've got to stop the billionaires from dominating the party, because they control it. They have access. You know.
Fred, you
Yeah.
have a burning question.
You brought up an interesting point. Maybe the Asian community is going to be ticked off because she doesn't acknowledge, she acknowledges being black and not Indian or Asian. I don't know, maybe they'll turn them off because she doesn't want to be a part, she doesn't recognize, as at least, and blacks have taken over. I mean, like, they own her, AKA and all these sororities and everything. And let's face it, she is 50% Asian. She was raised by her mother.
Yeah, an
so,
Asian mom.
I don't know. That's interesting. It's going to be interesting to watch and see if they do kick in. I could see why they wouldn't.
Because
I could definitely see that.
She's always acknowledged being of dual heritage. You know, as far as I know, she's been proud of both.
Oh, come on now. The last 3 weeks, it's been what?
Well, that's because we've dominated.
Come on. It's been what?
I mean,
it's been totally black.
But that's because we've dominated.
I'm not talking about that. I'm saying we're talking about how are they going to respond. If I was in the Asian community, I'd be a little ticked off. I mean,
really?
it's definitely I would be.
Well, the Asian vote is only significant in California, New York.
Right, yeah.
So,
but she already has those states.
Yeah, but the Asian money punches well above its weight.
Money?
Yeah.
It could be, and it probably will.
Yeah, that's a lot of, you're talking about a lot of high-tech Silicon Valley money. So that money punches above its weight. So that was the question, is how, you know, like I said, they had the lowest turnout and the lowest amount of money. So that's what prompted my question is, what are your thoughts on whether they're doing their part on moving her forward?
Well,
but
you just start thinking about all the issues that are out there. You can put them down. It runs about 50, and it's, you know, some people for it, some people against it. It's a difficult situation, and you're seeing that now. Vice President Harris, it's very difficult to go in front of a 15, 20 press people, start throwing questions, and it'll be taken out of context or whatever. The debates will be the most watched debates, and I think the most significant in the history. But this election is going to come right down to the end 50-50, trust me, and may not even be decided on election.
Okay, I think we have time to go into one more hot topic, and that, Caleb, what's your hot topic about the banks?
It was about the banks. There's a prohibition on being able to
right
to donate money to the Harris Walz campaign, and so I know we were discussing this. The question was, according to Citizens United, campaign donations is freedom of speech. Money constitutes freedom of speech, and how you use it. So I was curious. Maybe you could shed some light on it, Lane, because how is that possible that they can have that prohibition in the light of Citizens United?
Well, it is, and they create all these special PACs and funds that the Koch brothers have just announced that they're going to participate. They were kind of off the program, but they're going to participate, and they'll probably be putting in, I don't know, $500,000. I mean, it's crazy. More than that. Well, they don't have a lot of time, but just go back and think it's going to be chaotic. Citizens United was one of the horriblest cases in our lifetime, and it's had a tremendous negative impact in American politics. But we are where we are, and if you don't have a huge amount of money, you won't even be able to meet any of the candidates, much less be appointed to any boards or commissions or ambassadorships. It's money running the show.
Right. And so, Professor, what do you, as far as that ruling, does it seem like they should be able to have that ruling or make that, the banks should be able to make that determination?
I don't see how they can do that.
Right.
They can't. How are you going to control, unless they're into your bank account, how do they, you're talking about the rule that says they don't want the employees.
Right, they're not letting their employees donate to the Harris campaign.
And is it specifically just the Harris campaign?
It's specifically the Harris campaign because it has to do with something to do with state regulations, because Walz is the governor, and so it has to do with campaign finance and state regulations. So there's no prohibition against Trump's campaign. It only affects donations to the Harris campaign.
I think that's going to be challenged, and it's probably going to be challenged real soon.
What business was that?
So it's
the banks.
Big banks. So Citi and Chase and Wells and all the big ones.
I'm going to make a stab at this and say this is only relevant to people who try to raise money through the office. If they're working and they decide that they want to raise money for Harris, they can't do that. Of course, because of the banks, a lot of them are supporting the conservative ticket.
Right.
They wouldn't mention that. Okay, the same goes probably for each one, but I'm thinking they specifically said the Harris campaign, but it's mainly on the job. You can't, like a football pool, you can't everybody say,
Right.
dump in money for Harris.
That's understandable, but they're talking about private donations.
They can't do it.
So that's what they're talking about.
They can't do it.
Every business, manufacturing, corporation, bank that is non-union, they all have a meeting before the election, and one of the CEOs or the head of whatever explains the election and talks about which candidate will be in the best interest of our manufacturing company. And they obviously swing the discussion against. So there's not much you can do about that.
See, I'm thinking about a certain university that I work for that's on that book. I'm not going to say which university. I have never seen them fundraise through their employee system to raise money for XYZ. Now, their keynote speakers at graduation is a mega wonderland, okay?
Yeah.
And I haven't been to those either. But I have never seen, in fact, of all the universities I've worked for,
Yeah.
I have never seen them go out and do fundraising on, I'm gonna call it on-the-job fundraising.
No, I don't think the colleges and universities, community colleges, will be participating. I'm just thinking.
I'm talking, these are all private colleges.
No, I don't know. The private colleges, they have ways of getting the message out there. I'm talking about the little manufacturing that's got 800 employees, non-union. Believe me, they.
Okay, I'm here from our producer. We need to kind of wrap up. So, starting with Caleb, final comments for this great discussion we've had today?
I think that I know there's been a little bit of talk about the military and where they stand and where they're going to come down this election. And so I just if you can remember the comments by Mark Milley, the comments by Kelly, the comments by a lot of people in the national security apparatus and the higher ups, they called him a moron and an imbecile. So I think that we may be a lot of people may be misunderstanding what side the military is coming down on this thing. Also, there is a matter of Ukraine, and it's completely clear that if Trump wins, our support and our funding for Ukraine goes out the window. And so, if anybody has any thoughts that Putin is going to stop at Ukraine, they need to go back to school. So I think that the military is probably going to not come down on the side of Trump in this election. And there's also the issue of China, who's waiting and licking their chops for a Trump election to invade Taiwan. So I think, just to bring those two issues up, so I think that we are probably misunderstanding where the military comes out on this thing.
Okay, Sharon, closing comments.
From an education perspective, Project 2025 in terms of public education is a threat, especially in early childhood Head Start programs. A lot of our kids went to a Head Start program. So as you consider however you're going to vote, look at the document, see how it can impact you and your family, and make the best decision possible.
Okay, Chris, closing comments.
I believe that people will vote in this election based on their interest to America, the future of America. I do not believe that people are going to look at the black candidate versus the white candidate. If that's the way they look at this election, then America has lost. Not the individual who's going, but the America has lost. So that's the only thing that I would say. And the final thing would be everybody must vote in this election. And, you know, I know we're probably supposed to be nonpartisan up here, Keith, but vote Democrat.
Okay, Lane, final comments.
It's the wrap up. I think you're exactly right. America could lose, but this is primarily speaking in the black population, that they're going to have to step forward and say, we need to spend money in the United States on programs and projects that help everybody. And we've got to stop sending money overseas. We've got to get out all these endless wars. We don't need 800 military bases. And that could be another whole topic of the discussion. But sanctions are killing the United States. Do you realize that 60% of the poor countries in the world are under U.S. sanctions. And that is hurting poor people, starving, health care. We've got to change. So there's got to be a major change, and it's got to happen fairly soon.
Okay. Well, I want to thank you all. I want to thank you, Lane, for being our special guest. And as usual, I think this was a dynamic discussion. And hopefully those who are listening got something out of it. And until next time, this is Contemporary Black Voices telling our story, our way.
All right. Professor, you done? Contemporary Black Voices. Let's give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Professor Fred, Lane, Chris Dawkins, Dr. Chadwell, and Caleb. Now, let me just say this about these people up here on stage, too. Not only are they contemporary Black voices, but they are writers. And this is our chief editor for Black Life Texas. You can pick up in every HEB in San Antonio. You can read Caleb's stories. You can read Dr. Chadwell's stories. Chris, every now and then, with a story. He oversees and makes sure that their stories are correct. And we got to get Lane to write. Give him another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all, Contemporary Voices. DJ Direct, give me something real quick. And you know, Chris is from Ohio, too. Dayton, Cleveland, Akron, Cincinnati, all over. Columbus, all over Ohio. That's for me, Lane. Good to see you back on the panel, Lane. That's it. The Dirty 30. All right. Lane gave me and signed it for me. Let's get Contemporary Black Voices another round of applause. Lane, the steps are over this way. Yes. All right. Oh, I know that guy up there. He looks familiar. Hey, New York City. Big Ur. I know that guy right there. Hey, somebody come get a picture of me right here with my background. I don't get to see that like that. Hey, give me something, Direct. Crank this thing up. Hey, come on up a little closer and get me, Big Ur. The Jazz Vault here on VFM every Saturday from 12 to 4. Black Video News, hey. Make sure you pick up our paper, though, Black Life Texas, in every HEB in San Antonio, selected Jim's restaurants. Also, if you're in Austin, Texas, at the Capitol, you can pick up Black Life Texas in 26 HEBs in Austin, Texas. So if you're around Round Rock, Kyle, Pflugerville, Buda, make sure you stop in the HEB and pick up Black Life Texas. All right. Hey. Hey. Hey, it's going down right here at the Expo Hall. Going down 1/2 4 o'clock in the Alamo. We got another superstar in the building too. She's over there on her phone. I'm gonna have to get her to come up here and sing something too if y'all don't know. The Queen is in the building. Queen Monet is in the building, y'all. Y'all didn't know. But the Queen Monet is in the building too. Okay. You got to get down, 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 down. DJ Direct in the building.
Hello.
Now, you know, sometimes I meet so many different people. Not Queen Monet, Queen Bree is in the building. Queen Bree, wave at them so they know I'm right. That's Queen Bree in the building, y'all. Queen Bree is in the building. So if you're a vendor, we are broadcasting live simultaneously here on BVN.news. So all my vendors, I went around and bring it down for me a little bit, Direct. Direct, bring it down for me a little bit. Hey, so here's, if any vendors would like to come up and be on our video live stream and talk to me, you got 2 or 3 minutes. Any vendors, if you want to come up and announce your business while you're here, you can come up in 5 minutes. All vendors that want to be on our live stream feed, come up and talk to Keith Scott. It's straight advertisement. We're giving you an opportunity to be on our live feed, and you can introduce your business and talk about why you're here at this year's Purchase Hire for Black Expo. You can bring it back up, Direct. So after our next artist performs, but you can come on up and hang out. All vendors, if you want to come up and talk to me, you can be in our live feed. We're broadcasting live. And you can be in our live feed and talk to me. Let the viewers know who you are, what your business is, and why you're here at this year's Purchase Hire Black Expo. Hey, break it down, DJ. Let's do this thing. Ladies and gentlemen, you saw 34K earlier. We got another entertainer, another treat. And I'm talking a treat out of the cereal box. Y'all remember them treats out of the cereal box? Ladies and gentlemen, this brother blew me away. This brother, he's from Faraday, Louisiana, but you wouldn't know it. He got that New York City flavor. Some of the people influenced him. Big Daddy Kane. The list goes on and on. Eric B., Rakim, the list, all them old school rappers. But one of the main rappers that influenced this brother is one of my guys. I went to college with his brother Bismarck. Ladies and gentlemen, from Faraday, Louisiana, let's give a warm San Antonio welcome for Septopia!
Hey! Hey! How y'all doing, baby? I'm Septopia Black, Faraday, Louisiana, you heard? All the time. Y'all can hear me clearly?
We pumping oxygen.
From the introduction, injecting the substance in my discussion. Understand what prevention or proper planning results in. Situations destructible, uncomfortable. Volatility of explosions, dysfunctional. Make it arduous and suffocating. Rough as a battle gets. Land seeming pacing through space and racing with battleships. They're placing their face, imitate, intend to mimic an enrichment that are set in fast. It's photosynthesis in better terms. I'm as fly as it get. I do the numbers. That's why my priorities met. I'm high as a jet. Confusing, transcending like I be pimping, misuse, abusing equipment, disintegrate on re-entry. I'm so strong, clashing the particle spark, just like the boson. I'm increasing the speed, you gotta hold on. The mechanisms of rhythms are being thrown on, dipping through the ozone. So never doubt, the route is to maintain and forever learn. Without me, the ship will never burn, cause I'm the oxygen. Big Daddy Oxygen, we pumping oxygen, Septopia, black. I'm finna land in, ain't no need of them hating me. Pressure releasing from travel capsules that's incubating me. Search of the bigger picture and cipher folk. Same scope but slightly different like we isotopes. I'll be clear, attention to detail, intuitive like souvenirs of jewels and gems. Wearing scuba gear, I ain't bragging, just implementing the swift skill. Knowing that the information I'm throwing, silk seals, centered in their souls, always needed within. I'm gonna kick it long as I can pick it out of the wind. Be like all of this I taught myself. It's not on college, but I caught my breath and did my best. Job is a guillotine, constructed and killing dreams. Get out his reach and beat him like a thief in the Philippines. Send out the message, haters catch and respect it. Gotta know it's real, pumping like the grills and gills on Cloverfield, full of oxygen. Hey, we pumping oxygen. Big Daddy Oxygen, we full of oxygen, Septopia, black. Yeah, super live. What's up, baby? All the vendors, baby. I'm glad y'all here today. I'm glad y'all checking me out and giving me the opportunity to share my music. All the way from Big Keith Scott, Irv and Smith and all that, baby. Holding it down, regulating it, doing it how I gotta be did, man.
I got a bone to pick. I'm mad, but I ain't stressed. True friends. One question. What's that? Is this your game? Huh? Is this your game? Get on up.
I'm an analyst that balance a challenge in 8 steps, making sure I make decisions in spaces of 7 breaths. I stay with supporting me, maintaining my orbit and rhyme chords and organs with tones and accordions like a cure. I'll be sure that it's pure, full sequence. Pulling across the track is equated to hooves beating, inhaling me, breathe, excelling in what you need. Acknowledge me like the polish of pollen falling from trees. Swirl around your cortex, a permanent vortex, eyes twitching, reaching for dizzy when you absorb this. Some say I'm militant, innocent when I'm drilling this. This is for gorillas with the vigilant diligence, got me killing it. Eric Dickerson, Tony Dorsett, Pierre Thomas, Arian Foster, Leonard Fournette. Clear on how I live, what I give. Come from these pages, making decisions that hear from the wisdom of the ages and growth in different stages.
Lyrics are coming in.
Introducing, live. You with Septopia, black. I can explain it in bars or I can mac it how I'm showing you. Acquainted with stars, that's exactly where I'm going to. D-Neb, Sirius, Mintaka, and Regulus, Cygnus, Cassiopeia, Hydra, and Pegasus. Massive, vastest clarity and prosperity. You're knowing these joints using high points of polarity. Really can't fathom lack of balance, knowledge, and planning. Move around the planet, manage excess, granted. Executing my moves, use ubiquitous opulence. From the dustiest town to super mega metropolis. Heads nods from God, showing the light have been grasped. Like the rumble of the thunder after lightning has flashed. Setting projection of tactical versatility. Really don't give attention to any that didn't consider me divinity. Detailed dimensions and dynamics. Elevated sources of considerable advantage. So don't collide, cause they probably won't survive. You can call a serpent Leviathan and Goliath. Them inadequate capacity of average savages. Trying to peep the catalyst of magical strategists. Player haters be escaping it out back. Case fact, devastatingly outmatched. Just as I said it, they should etch it in stone. Lyrics spinning them dizzy like a frisbee is thrown, while I'm standing up here strong.
Lyrics are coming in hot.
Introducing, live. You with Septopia, you black. I'd like to thank y'all for listening, ladies and gentlemen. I am Septopia Black. My music can be found on all platforms. Google me, baby. Septopia Black, Feeling of the Village, is on all platforms. And thank y'all for listening. Appreciate you. And much love.
Faraday, Louisiana. Y'all get Septopia Black, my dude, a round of applause. Oh, y'all can do better than that now. Come on. Faraday, Louisiana, my dude. Septopia Black. All right, I need all my vendors, those that want to talk to me. Come on. Play like Price is Right. And come on down. Yeah. We're going to let the lady go first. Hey, Tanya. All right, I guess we could stand up and take a seat. Actually, yeah, let's take a seat. Let's take a load off. All right. 2024 Purchase Hire for Black. We're live at the Expo Hall. And just going to have a conversation with this year's Expo vendors. How you doing, Tanya? Introduce yourself.
Hi, everyone. My name is Tanya Irvin. I am the hair boss, a 40-year hair care professional in the industry, and I'm super excited to be here today.
Well, we're excited that you're here too, Tanya. And for those that didn't walk by her booth or her section, if you didn't see those wigs over there, you need to go by there and check them out. And tell us a little bit more about what you do and your business, because you got a hair salon here too also.
Yes. So as a 40-year entrepreneur in the hair care space, I do everything for the hair in terms of taking care of the hair, as well as I help women and men and children who have hair care needs where they have hair loss, and also needs where they have like medical situations. I mean, even women who have issues with menopause and things of that sort, I help them to be able to gain their hair back to a healthy place. So I do all things hair. Since I've been in the industry so long, I'm able to do every style you could possibly think of. And the bad part about it is I've been in so long, I'm on my third time around on the French roll.
I can dig it. You braid too?
So I braid, I do hair weaves, I do knots, I do all kinds of stuff.
Okay. Well, I got one question to ask, because a lot of people may know and may not know, Mr. Martin, that a lot of anchors that are on television, news anchors, are wearing wigs. I just want to bring that out there. It's a lot of them that are wearing wigs on television. And can you kind of respond to that?
Yes, because actually in the industry and just, throughout history, men have been the #1 hair wearers. Everything from kings to presidents to, anything you could think of globally, men have been the #1 hair wig wearers for years. So that's not really new, right?
Yeah, it may be new to a lot of people that don't know that. I see Vincent Webb shaking his head no, but if you listen, you may learn something today.
Yeah, because
it's a horse in the corner right now shivering because somebody got his hair on his head.
Well, the real reason why a lot of men wear hair is because due to their profession, they cannot be bald, and depending on their profession. So, like for example, if you're in a profession where you're supposed to look healthy, a lot of times they don't want to be bald because that doesn't make them look as healthy as they possibly can. So that's why you see a lot of people who are in different professions who wear wigs, and even like when we talk about presidents and things of that sort, George Washington, right? He was like a wig wearer where he had curls that was hanging down the side of his face. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, that was a wig. So I just wanted to bring that subject up about the males. It's too many women in here for me to talk about y'all and y'all hair. I don't want to get in trouble. Y'all know who y'all are, though. I'm looking around. All right, I ain't going to go there. Somebody spent some money. You know what I mean? But no, let them know where you're located, please. Your hair salon here in San Antonio.
So I'm over there by SeaWorld, ladies and gentlemen. I am literally over there off of Calabria and 410, next to HEB and Burlington, so you can't miss me over there in the Vista Suites. And you're more than welcome to come. One of the things that I need you to know is that I'm the hair professional that takes one customer at a time. So I don't have people who are overbooked or overlapped on top of people, so that you have that personalized care. And you also have that personalized time at the salon where it's just me and you, and I can actually give you care that you need in your hair. So right over there by SeaWorld, off of 1604 in Calabria.
What's the physical address?
I'm at 5742 Northwest Loop 1604.
And
North.
the name of the hair salon?
Is Irvin Salon and Spa. And I'm right inside of Vista Suites.
All right, there it is, Irvin Salon and Spa. Y'all get on over there and get done up. Thank you, Tanya.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for being here. Give her a round of applause. And Vincent, if you didn't have hair on your head today, I would get you a wig. I'd go over there and get you one. But you got hair on your head. Next, come on up. See this? He got his posters and he got everything over here. You got a picture of your family too over there? That's all good. Right here next to me, my brother. All right, come on up real quick. Black Business Month. Okay, what we got down there? All right, my next vendor, thank you for being a part of this year's Expo. Let them know who you are and who you're repping.
Yeah, so good afternoon. I'm Elliot Rogers. I'm the chairman of the Alamo City Black Chamber of Commerce here in San Antonio, Texas. Originally started in 1938 as the Negro Chamber of Commerce.
You see that? 1938. I think that's on my birth certificate. They don't put that on the birth certificate no more. I'm telling my age. But yeah, tell us a little bit. Elliot, that was my dad's name too, so that's
Awesome.
easy to remember. But tell us a little bit more about what the chamber does here. Somebody may want to sign up and get some help with the Alamo City Chamber.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're all about connecting small business owners to resources. So that's the number one thing is we build an environment where the small business owner, the entrepreneur, can have access to resources in the form of loans and grants. Also, they can access training and education, and they can access those partnerships that they greatly need. This is our second year supporting the Purchase Hire Black Expo, and so we're very happy to be here. We're located over on 202 Conley in the Good Samaritan Veterans Outreach Center. We've got an office space there. So in addition to all that I said with the benefits, we also offer small business owners workspace. So how many people out there are currently renting a space, $1,000 a month, $2,000 a month? If you're a member of the Black Chamber, you can access an executive conference room, a classroom, and a computer lab, all as part of your membership.
Hey, you heard that, right? Alamo City Chamber. What's the, down before I get you, tell us a little, what's going on here with the award night?
Absolutely, absolutely. So everybody knows August is National Black Business Month, and we're happy to celebrate our small business owners during this month. Next Thursday, we've got a webinar focused on social media and marketing. That will be presented by Launch SA. The Thursday after that, we're going to be bringing in Alma from the Lift Fund, and she's going to be talking about how to access loans and grants. So there's resourcing. And then we're going to close the month out with an annual awards banquet. And I invite you all to get a ticket and be in the spot. It is going to be on St. Philip's College in the Bowden Alumni Room. And there we're going to honor Dr. Adina Lawston. We also have the director of the Small Business Association or Administration coming in. We've got the mayor. We've got other dignitaries and leaders from across the community as we close out. We've got Joe Webb Jr. So he just raised his hand and he's
Vincent
coming through.
Webb is
That's
that?
right,
Yeah,
that's right.
His
So-
dad, first Black African American councilman here in
That's
San
right.
Antonio.
And he always comes to our networking mixers and so we're always happy to see him in the spot.
Well, Elliot, thank you so much, and keep up the great work,
Yes,
man. Let's give Alamo City Black Chamber a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And he's right over there if you need some information. Thank you, sir. Information is key. Who we got next that want to come up? Mr. Martin, all right. Ah, yeah. All right. Bear Wealth. Teach y'all how to get some money, huh? How you doing? Financial guru. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. John Martin here. How we doing, sir?
I'm doing good, K. Scott, doing good.
Let them know. Where we at? Bear Wealth?
So again, my name is John Martin. I have a company called Bear Wealth, and we are part of a national campaign to educate 30 million people by the year 2030 on financial literacy education. And so our goal is to really make a difference here in San Antonio and help families understand how to put their money to work for them from the time that they make it all the way to the time they pass that on to the next generation.
Yeah, so you said on a mission to educate and get how many people?
30 million people.
30 million people. What's our time frame?
By the year 2030.
Okay, so got 5-6 years. Well, you got some work to do,
We
bro.
got some work to do. We're putting in work right now, and events like this one allows us to connect with different community partners, other people in the business doing work around the San Antonio community, and it allows us to interact with the patrons and the citizens who come to the event. So this is a great opportunity. We made some really good movement today. We had several people come by the booth and get started on our program.
Yeah, this is very important in our community because if you're trying to understand how to get wealth, let me just say this. Athletes, black basketball players, football players, they make millions of dollars after they retire. 4 years, they're broke because they never sat down and learned how to manage money with a man like John Martin. Am I telling the truth? NBA players especially, 4 years after they dribble that basketball, they working at Starbucks. So, you know, if you can, I always say, and my wife says this to me, Mr. Martin, that if God can trust you with a little, he can trust you with a lot. So how can they get connected with you?
Well, and one of the things I like to add to that is that you don't have to have a lot of money to be a good steward of it. You can take, you know, building wealth is not about how much you make, it's about how much you keep. And so we teach people basic, fundamental skills around that principle. So if you want to reach me or members of my team, you can reach me by phone at 210-260-6748, or you can visit us. Our office has joined ranks with a local office here in San Antonio called the San Antonio Financial Education Center. It's at 8700 Crown Hill Boulevard. We're in Suite 409. You can stop by, get in contact with us through that, and we will get to work for you, and we'll show you how to put your money to work.
Yeah, that's it. Give Mr. Martin a round of applause. And let me just say this, not all NBA players. I want to make that known because I had a brother-in-law that played in the league. I don't want him calling me saying, Keith, you said all NBA players. Now, they know who they are.
But more than we would like to have happen.
So let me just reiterate that.
I
So
got you.
not all of them.
Happy house.
Don't call me up either. I ain't talking about all y'all. All right, y'all looking too serious, man. We having some fun up in here. Let's smile, y'all. We got to learn how to laugh a little more. Maybe we need Kamala Harris to get in office for y'all to start laughing or something. Y'all looking too serious. It ain't that serious. Have some fun. This thing we call life is too short. Come on up, my man. You want some money in that cash booth over there today, too. I need to borrow some money from you. You want about $200 of it. How you doing, young man?
Oh, I'm doing well.
We appreciate you coming out, man. Let the people know who you are.
I'm Nasir Salam, and I'm 17 years old, and I lived in San Antonio for about 5 years now.
Where are you from, Nasir?
I'm originally from Boston.
You from Banktown?
Yeah.
What part of Boston?
I lived in Massachusetts.
Okay. Where at Massachusetts?
I lived in the city of Boston.
Okay. Well, you've been here 5 years. What are you doing here now, young man?
So what I'm doing here now is that, I graduated from high school. Now I'm going to college to pursue my bachelor's in computer science. Okay. But while I was doing that, I had pursued a degree at St. Philip's College. And while I was doing that, I got 7 certifications in cybersecurity.
Oh, wow. Congrats. Hey, y'all give him a round of applause, man. Certifications and so I saw, hold on, let me just say this because y'all see this sharp brother right here now. This is one of my mentors in education, Dr. Mateen Diop. I saw he had something to do with Dr. Diop right there. And Nasir Salam's debut book. Oh, so you done wrote a book?
Yes.
Oh, you tell us a little bit about that, man. I'm going to let you do that. That's all you.
So this right here is, I read in a book called The Veil of the Pandemic. And so basically, The Veil of the Pandemic, it's a book about 3 teenagers and how they embark on a journey to reveal a dystopian government secret on how the government has started COVID. And so basically, the reason why I have written the book is because the challenges that they face and stuff like that at such a young age and at such a challenging time, they had overcame it, you know. And it doesn't matter what you're going through or whatever time period you're going through, along as you believe in yourself and you got God and stuff like that, you'll get through it.
Well, Nasir, hey, Nasir, check this out. So his book, and I'm just going to go right at the end, it says, as they uncover hidden truths and face betrayal, the trio becomes unexpected heroes exposing the dark forces and manipulating humanity. The Veil of the Pandemic is on Amazon, y'all. Y'all give this brother a round of applause. Already an author. That's great. How can they get connected with you, bro?
You can get connected to me through LinkedIn, Facebook, through LinkedIn and Facebook.
Yeah, that's dope, man. That's really nice, man. The Veil of the Pandemic. Y'all give Nasir Salam another round of applause. Thank you, Nasir. Keep up the great work, man. Boston, you represent Massachusetts, man. I like me some of that clam chowder in Boston, though. Y'all looking too serious, man. I got jokes, and I'm not even going to do my jokes because Caleb ain't even laughing. You like, Keith, you corny. Anybody else? Vincent Webb? Oh, okay. Mr. Sherman. Sherman.
Pleasure to be with you.
Yeah, let them know who you are, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is David Sherman. I serve as the Vice President for NAACP San Antonio branch.
Hey, round of applause. NAACP. How long the NAACP been around?
106 years, our branch. Wow. It started in 1918. And so we are at the Barbara Jordan Center, 2803 East Commerce Street. And our mission is very clear. And our mission is to ensure educational, social, economic equality for all persons, and to make sure that we fight against discrimination, make sure that racial hate is being eliminated. And so that's what we're doing. One of the things that we're focused on today is get out to vote. Get out to vote, because this election has so many consequences. So we cannot sit out on the couch. We've got to get out and vote. We've got to be all in, okay? So we've got to get out and do the work. So when I say fired up, you say ready to work. Fired up? Fired up?
Ready to work.
All right.
All right, NAACP. How can they get connected again with NAACP here in San Antonio?
Yes. You can connect with NAACP by Facebook, our website, NAACP San Antonio branch, and we look forward to hearing from you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Sherman. That's it. We got room for one more. Are we done, Carl? Oh, all right. Well, I had one more, Carl. Vincent Webb over here. Make it quick. Come on up, Vincent, real quick. We got to keep it going. Huh? Who is we? Oh, your team? You with Dr. Diop? Oh, okay. Oh, real quick. She wanted to say, talk to Carl. Come on, real quick, Vincent.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Vincent D. Webb, the president of the Joe Webb Foundation. Our mission is to continue to educate, dream, imagine, and create. The Joe Webb Foundation, the annual day is September 21st at Comanche Park. We have a big event going. If you want to contact me, Street Talk Broadcast Show, the Street Talk channel is on TAN TV, TAAN TV, the African American Network. Street Talk channel, tune in. Monday morning, we have a special guest coming in. We got our annual day at Comanche Park, September the 21st, Joe Webb Day, noon to 10 p.m. at night. Your host, Keith Scott, going to be in the building with us. We got special guest artists coming. So reach out to me, Vincent D. Webb, 210-990-2259. Peace, love, and hair grease. Have a blessed day.
Check out Street Talk with Vincent D. Webb. Yeah, come on out, ladies and gentlemen. Come on out. Come on. Let's let them know who you are real quick. How you doing, sir? Come on, we got room for you. You got room for you. All right. Let them know. Grab that mic. Tell them who you are real quick.
Hello, everyone. I am Taraji Shakur, owner of the Sunnah, the Better Islamic Gift Shop. We are the only Islamic gift shop in San Antonio, African American. Also, we are on, there's a lot of beautiful extremities about us, but recently with Regina King, ABC Studio has actually chosen us to help her and show her how to work out her character in that movie that came out, American Crime, if anyone had seen it. So we're on the roster with ABC Studios, and besides that, like I stated, we are an Islamic African American business. So we talk to you about Islam, and then we show you fashions from all over the world, Indonesia, Turkey, all parts of Africa. I'm going to let Brother Salam take the mic from here real quick and just explain to you a little bit more of what we do. But once again, we are the Sunnah, the Better Islamic Gift Shop. Thank you.
Testing. Real quick, maybe 60 seconds. I want to say Salaam alaikum rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu to all the Muslims. And I also want to say, I don't know if she mentioned, we're on Evers Road and Warsbach on the northwest side. Also, we have a bunch of health food stuff there, health products, black soap, Irish moss, incense, oils, all kind of gift items that you can come over. And just wanted to let all you San Antonians know that there is another place that you can get health food stuff, and we know about it. And as a matter of fact, we have raw honey from a brother that has a place right there in Seguin, but we carry his products. So stop by and see us. Thank you, guys.
Y'all give them another round of applause. And let me say, wassalaikum salam. Ah, you didn't know I knew that, huh? Learned that at an early age. You better know I'm from Detroit. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's keep it moving. It's time for my mentor to come up on stage. Let's give this gentleman one of the sharpest minds and literally sharpest guy clothing-wise in the city, Dr. Mateen Diop. Dr. Kelly here too? Come on in, Dr. Kelly. I didn't know you were here too. Dr. Kelly's in the building too. How you doing, Dr. Kelly? Go on up there. I had no idea. Okay. Now you know. The mics are up there. Grab one, Dr. Mateen Diop.
Testing. Where we gonna sit, Doc? All right. Okay. We're gonna move that one out the way. Okay. What you gonna do? Move that one over here. All right. That'll work. I'll put this over here. There we go. Be good. All right. How's everybody doing? I can hear you a little bit, you know, but everybody all right? All right. What you doing, Keith? Thank you, sir. Y'all show some love for my man Keith Scott, who always puts this thing on. And please show some love for Carl Booker. Carl, wave. I know you don't like to wave over there. Wave for Carl over there.
Yeah.
Like Brother Scott said, I'm Mateen Diop, and Dr. Kelly and I are going to be sitting up here talking about all things educational, basically. Dr. Kelly and I have an extensive history in education here in San Antonio, and Dr. Kelly around the world. But we're going to be talking about a few things, and I'm going to introduce myself a little bit. Again, Mateen Diop from San Antonio, grew up right here on this side of town. Went to school on the east side, graduated from Highlands, went to Jeff Davis, a lot of stuff. Went to the military, came back from the military, started teaching. I was a classroom teacher at Harris Middle School. I was an assistant principal at W.W. White Elementary. Was a principal at Herman Hirsch Elementary, principal at Sam Houston High School, and done all other things. So we're going to be talking about the things that I kind of went through. So I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Kelly, give himself a brief introduction. Brief introduction, Dr. Kelly.
Born and raised right here in San Antonio, graduate of Roosevelt High School, 1991. Upon graduating, I attended the University of Texas at Austin. Got my bachelor's degree there, went on from there, worked in the music industry for many years, fell into the education industry, actually teaching about the music business. Fell in love with education, decided I wanted to be an administrator, moved up, became one of the youngest principals in the nation at that time, then moved up through the central office and eventually becoming CEO of a national education company, and did that for 15 years. I retired, said I wanted to retire early, didn't want to have a job where I work till I'm 98 and die at 99 type thing. So just kind of enjoying life and realized that my passion was mentoring black boys. So I started a foundation, the National Mentoring Foundation. So that's what I do full time now, just mentor black boys in schools all over the nation. So, hey, that's my story, a little bit of the story right there, all right?
You know, and we're going to be talking about, in particular when it comes to black males, I want to reintroduce my man, Brother Nasir. Brother Nasir was one of my students. And when he reached out to me and said he wrote a book and all that stuff, I said, man, you got to come over here, come out here to this so people can see you and see who you are and talk to you. And what you may not understand, and when it comes to high school students, and I'm going to throw this question at you, as a high school principal, when I say I saw black males, young black males, falling off the cliff by the hundreds every single day, I'm not exaggerating. As leaders in education, Dr. Kelly, what do you think, I mean, what kind of resolve do you believe that you have to have? You were principal over at King Middle School. What kind of resolve do you have to have as a black male leader when it comes to reaching black students in public schools?
Great question. The main thing is you have to identify. You have to rewind back to when you were sitting in that classroom and remember all of the difficulties, all of the barriers. Because sometimes when we get to this point, after we have all these degrees behind our name and have made a little bit of money, you start to think, okay, this is different and times are different. Everything is the same. That same battle you had to fight, young men are fighting that battle times 3 today. So it gets worse, if anything, and it should be getting better. So you have to have a resolve and a type of dedication that's unlike any other thing. You know, I hate to say it, I hate to brag about it, but we do the best job there is in education. You know, a lot of people may think it may be another profession or another profession. This is the most important job. This is the best job overall. This is the most rewarding job. And doing that job correctly involves identifying with those that look like you, which is the black males in our case, and helping them not get to where you are, but being able to get a step above. And we have a problem with that in our race. We have among ourselves people holding, sometimes it's our own people holding us back, which should never be a problem. So you've got to be focused on the end goal, and it all involves back to that M word of mentoring. You know, you have to mentor 24/7 to give an example, to show an example, to live an example that young men will follow. That way you've created the next generation of leaders.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Kelly. You know, when I was at Sam Houston, when I first got there, I had a charge. The superintendent said, we're going to start a new high school. It's called P-Tech, Pathways in Technology Early College High School. We want you to stand this school up. And I said, okay, I have a technology background, and, you know, my doctorate is in technology. I can do all that. So I get to the school with this mindset of I'm going to stand up this new school over here. But as I get there and school starts, I realize that there are way more problems than this high school we're getting ready to start. So you ever seen the movie Lean On Me? How many of you seen the movie Lean On Me, right? Lean On Me, the principal's name. What was the principal's name in Lean On Me? Joe Clark. I had no idea that I was going to turn into Joe Clark. I had no idea. It just kind of happened that way. So as a principal, school starts. I'm walking down the hall. It's 10 o'clock in the morning, and I see hundreds of kids in the hallway. And I'm looking at them going, hey, man, it's 10 o'clock. We knee deep in reading and writing. Why aren't you in class? And they would mumble something or mumble this and just kind of keep moving. Days go by, I see them again, I say, hey, why are you not in class? So one day, I just had to have a conversation with this one kid. I said, hey man, come here. What's your name? Tell me what his name is. I said, what grade are you in? And he said, he couldn't tell me what grade he was in. I said, well, how old are you? He said, 18. I said, oh, well, you're a senior. He said, oh, no, hold on. I didn't say I was a senior. And I said to myself, again, I'm brand new. I didn't know. I said, how can you be 18 years old in high school and not be a senior? I had no idea. When you get to high school, and Dr. Kelly can attest to this, when your children get to high school, it's not about their age. It's not about how long you've been there. It's about how many credits you have. So to graduate from high school in the state of Texas, you need over 24 credits. So I asked that student again, oh, well, how many credits do you have? He said, 2. I said, 2? So if you have 2 credits in high school, what grade are you in? You're in 9th grade. I don't care if you're 50 years old. You're in the 9th grade. And I said, oh, okay. So now I changed the question that I asked him, Dr. Kelly. So I go to the hall the days after, hey, man, what's your name? How many credits do you have? 3, 4. How old are you? 18, 19. I said, wait a minute, this is not working out right. So I get home and I call the data department and I asked the district, I said, hey, can you give me a report of how many kids I have that are like too old? And they said, oh, you want an overage on the credit report. I said, oh, there's such a thing? And he said, yeah. I said, I need that report. He said, okay. So they sent him a report. I'm sitting outside waiting about 10 minutes before the report came in. The report came in. At that time, we had 1,375 students. I got the report. You know how many students we had that were too old to be in high school? 435. 435 students. That's what I was dealing with. So, and I saw a long story to ask you. When I said I had to go Joe Clark, is that something in your travels and the leaders that you've talked to, black male leaders, is that the same song that they're singing?
Absolutely. It's the same song if you're there to do your job. See, the problem, we have people who are just making a stop. As a black male educator, you don't just make a stop through a certain position. Everywhere you go, you have to be there to revolutionize the school, to be dynamic, to make change. We don't have just temporary stops where this is something I get to gain experience. So correct, you're going in as a change agent. We have to be a change agent. We have to look at everything. We have to analyze it from the top down and say, what is really happening with our kids? Because unfortunately, when dynamic black leaders enter a school and we leave, we don't get replaced by people like us. All of the work that we do, you shoot it up all the way to the top, to the top, to the top. As soon as you leave and you're gone, it drops back down. The whole process starts over again. So the whole game is, how many lives can I change? How many lives can I affect in this short time that I'm here? Because you're only there for a short time because 2 things are going to happen. One, you're going to advance naturally because there's not a lot of people like you that care, that have the ability, because this is a talent job. I tell people all the time, you know, they wonder why, well, we need more people in education. We need more. We do need more, but it's a talent-based job. It's just like playing football or basketball. If you start to just grab anybody, they're not going to succeed in such a high-pressure environment. People that do this for real, that really do this, have a talent, have a passion. So, yeah, you become Joe Clark because you care. That's what it is. When you don't care, you can just sit back. You know, I do consulting now. I go to schools, and the hallway every day is like that. And I'm like, let me give them a few suggestions. You know, change this, do this, do this. They don't do it. You go there the next week, it's still like that. Okay, that's somebody, they don't care. They're just in a position. So when you care, you have to be the bad guy. You have to wear the black hat. You know, like LeBron James says, somebody got to wear the black hat in the cowboy movie. You got to be that one to be the one to make change. And that makes me ask him a question. Look, Dr. Diop thinks this is an interview of me. This is a discussion. So I've got him. I'm going to put him on the spot a little bit with some things. One thing I wanted to ask him is, what was the feeling when you were appointed as principal of Sam Houston High School? Because like it or not, Sam Houston is the flagship school of the black community and will always be the flagship school. I'm born and raised here. He's born and raised. For us, Sam Houston is a special thing. When I was appointed principal at Martin Luther King, that was a special thing. When they say Riley, when they say MLK, what was that like, and what was that like to carry the torch? And, you know, when you were like, this is it. You know, you grew up looking at Sam Houston, and then now I'm principal. Explain that feeling of the tradition.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Kelly. When I got the call, first of all, I didn't apply. I didn't even know it was a vacancy. I was the Deputy Chief Technology Officer for the school district. My sights were set on the superintendent level. That's where I was trying to go. So I was on my way to a conference, and I get a call from the Deputy Superintendent. And I said to myself, this is it. I'm about to, superintendent, that's me. And then he said, can you come by my office today? And I said, well, I'm out of town. I'll be back Monday. He said, okay, come by the office Monday. So I went by the office Monday, he sat me down, and he said, I want you to be the principal at Sam Houston. And at first, I really wasn't overjoyed because I didn't want to be a principal again. I'd already done that. But it's Sam Houston, like you said. You're going back home now. So I thought about it and prayed about it, and I said, okay. So I went back. And I must admit, when I went back in there, like I just told you about the 435 students, I saw such an attitude of just giving up that it hurt me to my core. Man, I would go home at night and I sit on my patio and I just sit there with tears in my eye, bruh, because I couldn't believe the lack of what's not going on in school. It's not how I remembered it. But once I actually got the tears out and picked myself up and dusted myself off, had a lot of conversations with you, I said, this is what I'm gonna do. And when I bring up the Joe Clark thing, I'm really not joking. You remember the scene when Joe Clark said, you smoke crack, don't you, boy? Remember that scene? Don't you smoke crack, boy. Don't mess around with it, just jump. Do you remember that scene? Wave if you remember that scene. Joe Clark was talking to the little boy on this roof because the little boy was doing drugs. Joe Clark said, if you want to kill yourself, don't mess around with it, do it expeditiously and jump. I don't want to do it, Mr. Clark. I don't want to kill myself. He said, well, you're doing everything to kill yourself. That's what I saw. So when I walked down the hall and I said, hey, man, why you doing, hey, man, and we going back and forth, I realized that I'm the adult here. I'm the principal here. So that's when I say Joe Clark had to come out. Either you're going to do it this way or you're going to get out of this school. So I ain't going to lie, I kicked a whole bunch of kids out. But then I realized I can't kick them all out. Something has to be done because this city, and I'm not even going to say the federal government, this city of San Antonio, Texas, had already given up on them. So I said, no, we got to do something. And so I created a program and did all these kinds of things that brought those kids back in. And it's funny, once we did that, once they realized that there's some structure here, because our kids need structure. Once they realize that there's structure here, there's order, they begin to fall in line. I walk down the hall and they see me now, they stand up. Hey, Dr. Diop. Hey, man, well, you all right? I'm going to class right now. All right, man, that's it. That's what it became. But it took, like you said, somebody to come in and you can forget about trying to look for a promotion somewhere. Being a high school principal at a school like Sam Houston has nothing to do with you trying to get a promotion because you're literally fighting for lives each and every day. You have no time to think about, I'm going to go to the next level. No, because if you don't, it'll kill you. So I'm sorry, I took a long time to answer that question, but yeah, that's it. And if y'all have any questions for Dr. Kelly or myself, raise your hand, ask questions, comments, and all that kind of stuff, because this is a back and forth. Go ahead, Dr. Kelly.
Let's see what it's on you now. What you got? I had the last one.
This is what I wanted to ask you now.
All right.
I don't know if you're aware. I know you do a lot of traveling. So in SAISD, for example, they've closed 3 or 4 schools on the east side. Closed Dory Miller. They closed Frederick Douglass. They closed a couple of more. Can't think of the name of them, but they closed the schools. These are neighborhood elementary schools. They had these meetings to discuss what to do with the buildings. So there's 2 questions. Now that these schools are closing, do you see an opportunity for the buildings in the community for anybody? But do you see an opportunity for that? And the second thing is, what's going to happen to those kids if they have no neighborhood school to go to? 2 questions.
Man, that is a problem that has so many levels to it. Let's just start with the whole concept of gentrification, the things that people don't want to talk about. If you look at historically, black people, we had the prime land in cities. If you notice, near downtown, you see your Masonic lodges, you see all of the historic buildings, all of those things that go way back to the 1800s. We had the best land. You know, our schools are right by downtown. Our churches are right by downtown, all of that, right? Because the concept was, if you had money, you wanted to live far out. You want to be in the suburbs. So give the black folks this downtown area. Oh, y'all got the east side, you got this. Give that to them, they got that. We want to be way out and have land and everything, right? Well, what does the new trend become? Well, now we get tired of driving. We want to be closer to work downtown in the corporate areas. What if we live downtown? What if now the upper class live on the east side, which is 5 minutes from downtown? If you're a corporate lawyer, you work downtown, now you have a hour commute from the Dominion. Well, now you could have a 5-minute commute from just right there, you know, right by Bethel AME or something like that. So we look at that and we wonder, is this a strategic move? You got to always look at what's the hidden hand behind things that's moving. Is there some powers that be where 20 years from now, everything looks totally different, and those are our highest performing schools that don't look like us right there. So first one thing we have to do is protect our tradition. You know, when I hear a school like Dory Miller being closed, I mean, that's unheard of. You know, you know that's historic. You know, I believe Gates is a part of that. I mean, when you say Gates, that's saying that's the Sam Houston of elementary schools. So all of that history, all of that is just gone, just like that. So I really don't care what they do with the buildings, but we gotta preserve the tradition. That means going to school board meetings and expressing our the way we feel about that tradition just being gone just like that. Because you could turn around and 10 years from now, they fix all those buildings up and it looks modern, and now that's the best of the best is to be in SAISD. And now Northeast School District, way out by 1604, everything could flip-flop, and now that's the hood out there. And you listen to that and you think, wow, that could never happen. Do some research on Chicago. Tell y'all a Chicago story. So I go to speak in Chicago, and I'm speaking in an inner city school. So I said, you know, with my room, my hotel room, I want to stay somewhere real nice because I got to go deep into the hood. So when I book the room, I want to stay somewhere nice so I can just relax, you know, when I'm out of that area, right? So I booked my room in the suburbs of Chicago because I was like, I know that inner city part, you know, I'm gonna have to work there, but I'm gonna go back to the room and just chill in the nice suburbs. I get to the hotel and it has a sign and it says, no drug dealing, no prostitution here, no. I was like, what is that? And I just look around how the suburb, they flip-flop things in Chicago because the projects in Chicago are right on the riverfront in the most beautiful area. You wipe all those people out, we're putting in $1 million condos, now the suburbs is the hood. So it can happen. You've got to get involved with your city council. You've got to be on your school board. If you want to protect black tradition, you got to get involved and be a part of the system.
So you touched on a lot of things. So we're talking about now, let's move the conversation to charter schools. So those schools are now infiltrating a lot of our neighborhoods now, whether we like it or not, whether you think, and just on a personal note, your charter school is no better than your normal neighborhood school. Just FYI. They teach the same curriculum, they teach the same TEKs because their building might be a different color, their floors might be a little bit shinier. Don't think that your child is gonna go in there and you're gonna get a better education at charter school A than you would at a neighborhood school like Gates or something like that. Doesn't work that way. Private school is totally different, but charter schools, they're one and the same. So as these charter schools begin to infiltrate and come into our neighborhoods, what strategies, what can parents do if they really want to have a say in the type of schools that come into their neighborhoods?
First thing you got to do, you got to believe in your public school. The first time something happens, you can't say, oh, I'm pulling them. We're going to that new big pretty school down the street. Oh, they got $1 million building. They got it all fixed up. Oh, you can't talk to my kid like that. I'm withdrawing them today. We're going down there. You go over there and realize they don't have the resources and the infrastructure that your school district has. So now 30 days later, you got to go back to the public school with your head hanging down, and you got to go back in there like, oh, we made a mistake. We went to the wrong school. I'll give y'all an example. Anybody, I don't know if you've been by Montgomery Elementary out there. I went to Montgomery. That's where I went, and I have a mentoring program there. And if you notice, I don't know if y'all have seen this, right there, 1 minute from Montgomery stands a big charter school that's just this, 6-story building with colors on it, this and that. So naturally, if you get into Montgomery's, an older school, looks the same as it looked when I was there in 1983 or whatever, right? And if you go to that school and they make you mad, the first thing you do is say, oh, we're going right over here to them. But Montgomery been there 50 years. This school is 10 years old. So you first have to believe that going to a charter school is not a knee-jerk reaction to where you're going to go over there and things are going to be better, because you're going to be right back as far as that. I always tell people, what I tell my friends is like, you want to have a network where you know a doctor, so you can ask a doctor, hey, what I do in this? You know a lawyer. Well, I'm the educator that my friends know, and they always ask me, where would you send your kid to school? Where do you go to school? Where does he go? Where does your kid go? And I always say a public school, right? We have an opportunity to send our kids to private schools, and I seriously considered it. I'm going to tell you what stopped me. What stopped me from sending my kid to private school, and the only reason we send them to private school is the prestige of it. That's it. That's it. I mean, we could just go on and all that, but it does have a certain level of prestige. What stopped me is they made me the face of the Go Public movement. They contact me and they say, we need you to do this photo shoot and talk about you as a success story from public school. Now, how would that look if I take my own 15-year-old and he goes to St. Mary's Hall, but I'm the face of Go Public? I'm like, they were running me out of San Antonio. Best move ever doing that. So we got to continue to support it, as Dr. Diop said, inner school cities. I mean, that inner city schools work. I mean, that works. We just got to be there to support it. That's the key. I got one for you. Got a question for you. You've always been for the gender-based movement, and it's the importance of it. I think at a point, people started to get it, and then it like died down. And I don't think you ever got the credit for being the one to push that to the front in regard to the Young Men's Leadership Academy and things like that. How does that make you feel when, as an educator, you're at the forefront of something and people tell you, oh, no, that won't work, and then they go behind closed doors and rework it a little bit and say, oh, no, it works this year, like that. How does that make you feel, and how do you come back from that? Because stuff like that makes us say, let's get into something else.
Exactly.
How do you keep going, knowing that thing, and kind of tell that story how that works?
When if you don't know, that, have you ever heard of the Young Men's Leadership Academy and the Young Women's Leadership Academies? Both of them, I started both of those schools. The Young Women's Leadership Academy was started as a result of my dissertation. That was my research. I've always been a single gender kind of dude. Even back when I was a middle school teacher, I taught 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. When the students would walk into the classroom, I said, boys, you sit over here. Girls, you sit over here. And back then, I was Mr. Potter. Mr. Potter, why we got to sit over here and do that? And I would explain it. I said, children, this classroom is the earth. I said, that line that divides the earth into the northern and southern hemispheres, that's called the equator. Boys, you sit on the north side of the equator. Girls, you sit on the south. And never should you ever have to cross. And I've always been that way. When I went to do lunch duty, boys sit over here, girls sit over there. Because it's been my what I've learned in my research is that if you catch a young man, if you got to catch boys by the 4th grade, 9 years old. That's when you catch them. Kindergarten and up, it doesn't matter. They can take baths together and all that kind of stuff. They don't know. When a boy turns 9, that's the time to catch him. That was based on my research. They can go either way, left or right. That's when you have to really catch them. So when I started the Young Men's Leadership Academy, I started it 4th grade. When I started the Young Women's Leadership Academy, I started 6th grade. Because girls, they mature a little bit faster than boys. So when we were sitting in the room one day and they were lamenting about all the test scores and all that kind of stuff, I told the superintendent, I said, hey, man, let me start a boys' school, all boys' school. He said, Mateen, go ahead and do it. And that's what I did. I started it alone. Nobody what somebody tells you, yeah, we would work together to start. I'm going to go ahead and push my chest out. I started the Young Men's Leadership Academy alone. Me and my secretary. That was it. Nobody else. All the paperwork, all the recruiting, all the marketing, the logo that's being used right now, I created it. Everything they do, I created it. So I just want to throw that out there. So when you say, what really gets me is when I hear people talking in the public and they talk about the Young Men's Leadership Academy and everything, and they never mention my name. Sometimes I just want to stand up and just say, tell us about Monica Lewinsky. That's what I want to say. But I'm getting past that. God ain't through with me yet. I'm still working on some things. But, yeah, that's how I'm getting. But I want to go. But hold on. But you talked about the charter schools for a second.
Right, okay.
I wanted to touch on the charter schools. Here's one of the things they did when I was a principal. In Texas, they have what's called a snapshot date. The snapshot date, I think, is October 30th. That means on October 30th, the state of Texas takes a snapshot, a virtual snapshot of everybody in your building. So October 30th at 11 o'clock, Texas takes the glue. And everybody who's there will count towards your star results no matter what, whether they leave, whatever, that's who's going to count. What a lot of charter schools would do is they would just, once they took the snapshot, if they knew that you weren't going to pass, stay over there until October 30th at 11:01. When they take the snapshot, then they would take you out. So they make sure you wouldn't count for them. That's the game they play. So what Dr. Kelly was saying about the bright buildings and all that kind of stuff, do you know the number one predictor of child success or student success in school? You know what the number one predictor is? You, parents. Parental involvement. That's number one. If you as a parents, if you are involved in your child's educational career, the chances of them succeeding rise exponentially to almost 100%. I've never seen a child with 2 active parents fail at anything when it comes to school. Never. You can even have a single parent, whatever, but you have to have parent involvement. I'll tell you this one last story. Again, walking down the hall. Hey, what's your name? This was a girl. Oh, my name is whatever. Okay, so same questions. How old are you? This and that and this and that. How old are you? The girl calls her mother. The mother calls the school to speak to me. And normally, I don't return parents' phone calls. You have to come up here and talk to me. That's how I was. But for whatever reason, that particular day, I decided to return that call. So I returned the call. Yes, ma'am, this is Dr. Diop. You call up here, Principal of Sam Houston, you call up here. The mother went off. Who the blah, 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 you blah, 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 blah. Who you think you asked my child what grade she was in? I said, yes, ma'am. Well, how the hell, went off. What business of yours, this is what she said. What business is it of yours, fool? What grade my child is in? That's what the parent told me. I said, ma'am, I'm your child's principal. I ain't got nothing to do with you. And she hung the phone up. Now, to this very day, and you probably read about this particular child in the paper at some point. You know what the child is right now? Child is only 19. You know what she is right now? In prison. You know what she's in prison for? Murder. Right now, at this moment. I read about this stuff happened during COVID. I was like, that's the one that yada, yada, yada. But I'm telling you, I can't stress this enough. If you have children, make sure the parents are involved. That's my point.
Definitely. I'm going to piggyback on that right there. And you reminded me of a story. One thing I did when I was a middle school assistant principal, At the school I was at, I'm not going to say the name, but this particular school was just out of control at this point, and it was a group of boys and a few girls who were just terrorizing the school. So one day I sit down and I make a list of the names, right? I make a list of the names. They're 8th graders, and I said, I'm going to go back and revisit this in like 10 years. I'm going to keep this list for 10, 15 years, and I want to see where they are. I'd forgotten I'd done that, and I was cleaning out papers one day. That's one of the things. I know y'all do. Y'all got a lot of papers. You got a lot. I mean, anybody that educate, we got like boxes full of them. We keep everything, right? So I'm going through, I'm looking at my papers and everything. I'm sorting out, throwing stuff away, and I find this list, and there were about 8 or 9 students on that list. So I sit down in my office, and I Google every one of those names. And Dr. Diop, do you know, out of those 8 or 9, well, I would say 6 boys and 2 girls, every one of those that was causing trouble and just wreaking havoc in middle school were either dead or in prison. I mean, each name, it wasn't even a hard Google search. Like, as soon as you typed in the name, it went straight to an Express News story that said so-and-so tried to rob this and got killed in the process, or so-and-so was killed in a gang shootout, blah, blah, blah. It matched up. So that ties directly back to the parents, because then I reached back and I said, who were the parents of these particular kids? And for all of them, there was a grandma or grandpa that was trying their best. Right. Like they were just trying really hard to maintain them, but there was no mom or dad in the picture at all. But it relates directly back to that. So I'm going to flip that to a question for you, because he has a daughter. That's one thing. Look, I feel like I've done everything in my career. The one thing I did not do is I don't have a daughter. And so I have a son, right? I have one kid, just my son. And I see the father-daughter relationship, and individuals like us, because this is what we do for a living, look, I'm not gonna brag on, but we're really good fathers because we're trained in it. Right. Like, so I always wonder what my impact would be on a girl, because like a son, I'm gonna be honest, man, a son, it's no problem, because they just look at you, as he said, when you got both parents there, they just watch you. They watch you making money, being successful, driving nice cars, living good, and they're like, yep, I know what to do, and they follow that. But the girl relationship, I want you to describe the formula to creating a strong black woman, and then I guess we'll flip it back to me, and I'll do the black male. So I love it. How, as a father, what are the bullet points that you got to do to make sure that she's successful?
Man, it's wild, because my daughter, she's 17. She's going into her senior year of high school. She's going to the Air Force Academy. Straight A's. She went to West Point and Air Force Academy this summer. And for whatever reason, it might be because of her mother, I don't know, but for whatever reason, she has this drive that is unexplainable. But she told me the other day, man, you can't have me. She told me, she said, Dad, I said, Yazzie, are you going to, something about school and not doing what she's supposed to do? She said, Dad, I've seen you your whole career deal with everybody else's child. So I never wanted to be that child that I saw you dealing with. Sorry. So I'm going to do everything I can to make sure I make you and Nana, my mother, Nana, proud of me. That's what she told me. And she's 17 years old. So I sit back and I look at her and I go, I can't even explain it, man. But she has a drive that she's always trying to please Daddy. And I'm just looking at her and go, you do your thing, Mama. And I'm just data support. And, you know, not without going too much into it, man, that's me as fathers. We just really have to be that strong support. I know I'm crying like a baby, but we have to be that rock for our daughters.
That's right. And if you all notice, as we tell these stories, there's a component to it that is really the key to success, and it's the time. Because I look at my dad, you know, I grew up with Mom and Dad there, and my dad was working. He wasn't there, you know, with me. You know, we're doing stuff with my son every day. We're going here, we're doing that. Part of my drive to be successful, why I wanted to get to a certain level, I said, I want to be able to pick up my son from school every day. That was my goal. I said, I want to be so successful to where I'll be able to leave what I'm doing and pick him up from school. And I was able to do that. But the key is the time, because our fathers, that generation, if our fathers were there, because it was only a certain percentage of us that had them there, and we were lucky to have that, they didn't put in the time. They couldn't put in the time because they had to work 2 and 3 jobs to maintain the household, right? So they didn't do that. So now we're maintaining the household. We're providing that economic background, but we're also putting in the time because growing up, we were taught boys need a role model. That was ingrained in us. You know, girls need a role model. You got to make sure she knows how to dress and how to carry herself and all of that. So we're putting in the time. And that's what I want to say about that. I think we take it for granted. I take it for granted. I'm not surprised that his daughter is successful. I mean, that's not, we don't have to, I listen to parents like brag about their kids. We don't really do that because it's like, aren't you supposed to do that? Like, that's just like, right, that's the expectation. So my son does stuff. I mean, he's in 5 different honor societies, all A's, star basketball player. I mean, he's doing literally every single thing, and I don't think we pull him aside and say, good job, you know, because the expectation is so high. You know, he wants to go to Harvard. Why you want to go to Harvard? Well, that's the #1 school. Well, I want to be a neurosurgeon. Why is that? Neurosurgeons make $1 million a year. The standard is so high. So I want to take that to this point. Our kids get it, but those kids that don't have us will never get it. Right. So my point, and what someone told me, I just told Dr. Diop this today, someone said that we as positive black men, all the black men I see in here today, we have to tell our story. The biggest trick that they pulled on us, that the system pulled on us, was to tell you, when you get successful, be humble. Don't show off your success. Don't do that. You know who does show off their success? The athletes and entertainers. They show it off, and who do our kids want to be? The athletes and kids ain't like, oh, I want to be like Dr. Kelly when I grow up. I want to be, because we were told, don't show where you live. Don't drive that car to work. You don't dress flashy. Don't do that. Everything was told to dial it down so that those young men don't look at you and copy you. They copy somebody who is not as educated. So I'm going to say this. How do we tell our story? Because we don't learn these lessons till we're 50 years old, you know. We should have been telling our story. How do we tell our story to recreate ourselves in these young people?
The easiest way is to write a book. I've written 2. So this is taking a point off to do a promo, The Making of a Madman. You can go to my website. I got copies here, drmartinediop.com. You can buy my book. That's what my story is. You can buy your book as well, and inner city public schools still work. But I'm joking, but that's seriously the best way to get your story out there. The late, great Dr. Miles Monroe, one of my favorite preachers, he said, the richest place in the world is the cemetery. He said that's where unwritten books go to die. Unwritten stories, unwritten plays, unstarted businesses, that's where those types of things go to die. Because we live our entire lives and we keep that stuff in us. So you have a story that I can learn from Brother Caleb. I need to know his story. But if I don't talk to him every day, how am I going to know his story? You have to write it down. You have to put it in a book. You don't have to be a spectacular book or anything. Just write it. Write your story, and then, as black men, we need to have these kinds of things where we can sit and we can talk to one another, and bounce ideas off of one another. Because you don't have no idea that I might be going through exactly what you're going through. But as men, you know, we got to be tough, and we can't show our emotions and all other kind of stuff. So we kind of keep that stuff bottled in until we decide one day to give it all up and blow our heads off. We can't do it. Write your story. Put it in a book. I don't want it, next time somebody come to me and go, man, I've been meaning to write my book. I'm like, I'm going to hold you to it, because the next time I see you, you need to have up to 3 chapters done already. But that's literally the best way to do it. When somebody wants to ask me something, I say, I know you haven't read it because you'll ask me something that's in my book. Hey, man, what school did you go to? And I know you didn't read my book. So that's my answers right about.
And you just hit it on the head when you said we got to have these kind of discussions. The higher we go up as black men, there's a level of posturing that starts to come into the play where you're too busy. You don't have time, or you're unreachable at this point. I was talking to Busta Rhymes, so my background is in the entertainment industry, and that's how I relate to kids a lot from being an executive in hip-hop and things like that. And Busta Rhymes said this. He said, look, I got my phone on me at all times. The only time I don't answer my phone is if I'm performing. But when I get off stage, I'm going to call you back. So his biggest pet peeve is people in the music industry who wait 6 or 7 days to call him back just because you have to act like you're big and you're busy. Because in the industry, there's this thing, if you answer your phone, oh, you must not be that big, But he's like, when I look at my phone and it says Nas, I'm like, yo, Nas, what you need? I don't have to wait 6 days so I can say, oh, I'm just as busy as you. I'm not just sitting by my phone. So we have that. And they even say this. They're like, even Jay-Z returns text messages. They said he's not going to return your text like right away. But they said on a Sunday evening, he sits down and he'll look through his message. And it may be just one word he replies, but he's going to reply to you. So at the billionaire level, if he can do that, we can do it on a better level and network. We have to get rid of that posturing and that division of like, oh, I got to act a certain way, I got to do that, because on the other side, they're not doing that. They're working together against us, coming up with plans. So we've got to find a way, and I want to tie into this right here. The strongest thing we have right now as we look at Kamala Harris and we look at the power of the AKAs, how they came together behind her and the evolving of the Divine Nine as a result of that, a female organization getting behind a candidate, and really not even getting, because the organizations can't support a candidate, but just by voter education and voter registration, just the power of the Divine Nine. How do we use our organizations to produce results for our schools?
And that's a great segue, because that's my whole point. I'm an Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated.
Kappa Alpha Psi.
Kappa Alpha Psi. I see we have alphas in the house. All these black male organizations, we really owe it to our communities that we're in. We're right here on the east side. The Kappas are right next door to us. If we see our young black boys failing out of school, flunking out of school, killing each other in the streets, it's really incumbent upon us as educated black men. Because you can't even be in our organization without a college degree. You have to either have a college degree or be in school to even be in our organization. So when we are sitting on our high horses and we're talking about this and we're doing that, and we see our young brothers on the street, we have got to go out. That's why we have mentoring programs. That's why we have scholarship programs. But it's a weird thing. When we do scholarships every year. When I was a high school principal, I used to have to, I'm going to say beg and plead, but I did more than that. To get our black boys to fill out the applications, I forced them to do it. Like, you're not going to fourth period today. You're going into the Go Center. The Go Center is where you fill out your applications. That's going to be your class. I'm going to take you in there. You're going to sit down. I'm going to have the scholarship application up, the common application, the FAFSA, and that's all you're going to do for the next hour and a half. I had to do that intentionally. But when they sat down and did it, they got it done. And when they got it done, they saw that, wait a minute, I'm going to get a scholarship? Yeah, you're going to get a scholarship. But it takes somebody like us to sit there and force them with intentionality to do what they have to do. So I think the biggest thing with the Divine Nine is we have to be intentional. I'm going to use that word. We have to be intentional. We can't just sit here and just think because the Qs showed up or the Noops showed up that the kids going to see us and we got on our Nelly and we're going to sit out a hop. Now they just going to want to be us. No. We have to create intentional programs and intentionally go out and grab them and intentionally follow them and intentionally take them and walk them through the steps of life.
That's right, absolutely. Because here's the thing, I don't know if you know, today's generation of students, they don't even need that. They're going to college and they're like, I don't need to join any of these organizations. I don't need to. They're doing their own thing. They're doing their own thing with religion, y'all. The young men, I'm over a program, the Boulay Scholars Program is the most prestigious scholarship and mentoring program for black male students. And our young men, a typical young man in our program, he's in college with a 4.0. I'm going to just do going into college. They have a 4.0 GPA. They're the starting quarterback of the football team. They're the student council president. They're all world. And when we ask them what church you go to, they say, we don't do that. We don't. It's like we study a lot of different things. So they're getting totally away from the conventions and traditions and all of those things like that. But if we bring those traditions back, if we show the importance of it, if we reach out to them, then they're able to keep those things going. Because these kids, if we don't keep a hand on them, they're going to go in a completely different direction that we may not even recognize when we're 70 and 80 years old, at that point. So, that's just something to think about, preserving that legacy of that.
So as we wrap this conversation up, again, you have any questions, feel free. Just raise your hand and start talking.
Yeah, we can open it up.
We'll open it
whatever y'all
up.
want.
But as we wrap this thing up, I wanted to bring up this last topic, and it's called mindfulness. That's a big thing now that they're actually getting ready to teach or teaching in some schools. The mindfulness, which, you know, you can say it's religious or say it's spiritual, whatever you want to call it. But in the National Mentoring Foundation or in your travels or anywhere you've been, how do you perceive or have you seen the concept of mindfulness being taught, and what are your thoughts on teaching mindfulness, meditation, that type of thing in school?
Well, I'll tell you, my first encounter with that is through you. I believe you were one of the first to bring that to education. And here's the thing, these concepts like that's been going on in our upper middle class schools and in upper class areas. They've been having a yoga class and talking about meditation and all of those things like that. We're just now getting these concepts and bringing them to inner city schools because there's a problem. You know, when we're in trouble, we're backtracking. We're saying, what can we do? How can we expand? How can we do that? It's all about exposing kids to a higher level of thinking very early, because here's the thing. Our black boys, we think we got to focus on reading, writing, math, all of that. Up until the second grade, and I know you know this research, black males are the most intelligent students of all. But at the second grade, you start to identify little Tommy right there, and you start to say, this other kid is acting up. I want you to go straighten him out real quick. And you're giving him credit now because he's bigger and stronger and he can fight. Maybe he can fight better. You know, hey, you know, get these kids in line. Or he reruns. Oh, you're the fastest one out there. He looks at what you value and like, I'm going to focus more on sports, or I'm going to be the toughest one. So our kids are prepared for things like that. We just got to present it. We got to be open. You know, that's one of the things when you have principals who are dynamic, bringing in new programs and new forms of thought and all of those things. I've seen schools now in the inner city that have martial arts in the school. You know, things we never even thought of before. You know, in our day, they'd be like, oh, man, you can't teach them kids no karate. They'll be fighting everybody in there. When in reality, if you teach them that, they get self-disciplined and they don't fight anybody. So, yeah, it's all about expansion, expanding the mind, expanding that creativity. I think the good thing is we are going in that direction. You're going to start to see more things like that. So the mindfulness, things like that, I think we're looking at 5 to 10 years from now, that will be a norm.
And I hope it's a norm a whole lot sooner, because going back to the students that I've had, especially the ones in high school, once I got them to start thinking, just thinking differently. When I go back to when I said I brought them into the Go Center, the Go Center was a place where kids would go in and fill out their college scholarships and all that kind of stuff. Basically, it was just a computer lab. So when I said, you're not going to fourth period today, you're going to go into the Go Center. And I make you go in here. You don't have no choice. Go in here. I have counselors in here. You're going to sit at this computer, and you're going to apply for these scholarships. And you're going to do your common application. You're going to do everything you need to do for college right now. So
and that's what I was going to say. You just brought me back to a thought I was going to say when you was mentioning that before. A tip for you all out here today. College application and college scholarship, the reason why our kids don't do as well, you're competing against parents filling out the application. We as black people think, boy, sit down and fill out your college applications, get all these scholarships done. That's not who you're competing against. On the other side, the parents do all of that. So you're competing against a man with a PhD or a law degree who's filling out all of the applications for their kid. So understand the type of resources that go behind people with money. People with money are successful because they have generations of support that we didn't have. So if you're able to do that, the more you're able to, like I'm gonna give you an example of planning ahead, how it works. My son is going into his junior year. As he goes into the senior year, I already know my entire summer, him going into that year will be dedicated to helping him do applications. Like, my calendar is already blocked out. I know my full-time job is going to be having to do the scholarships and applications and all that, because he wants to go to Harvard. He wants to go to Yale. And he's not competing against other kids. It's me competing against other physicians and attorneys and all of those people. It's a competitive world, and don't think your kids aren't able to do it. They can do it. You just got to level the playing field. So that's what I was trying to remember when you said
and that's important, because what you just said is parental involvement. So when I had the students in the Go Center and the counselors and everybody, the Kappas, all the community people that I needed come in there, stand over them and look over their shoulder. Because I know the boys, you can't ask a 17-year-old to get here and write an essay. They don't even have enough words in their vocabulary to write a well thought out essay. So you have to help them think. You have to stand over their shoulder and go, well, what do you think about this? And let them start writing it out. And we want to stop them and say, you didn't spell this right. No, just let them write. Just let them write. I don't care if they have it misspelled for now. This is just a draft. Let them write. Just let them sit there and write. And our kids did that. Now, when I say we went up 1,189% from one year to the next for kids put in scholarship, I said 1,189%, y'all. 1,189%, y'all. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. These are kids that are in college now. These are students like our young man Nasir right here. When you sit there and you actually get intentional with them, I'm telling you, when you are actually being intentional with our young men, I'm talking about black boys. When you sit there and show them that you care, they'll move mountains for you. But if they don't think you care, then you kind of going to lose them there. One last thing, and we're going to shut this thing down.
One thing we forgot, we got to cover HBCUs.
I'm going to do that one last. We'll touch that one last.
Okay.
Another thing I wanted to bring up, and as I talk to students that are, let's say they're in middle school, they're in the 8th grade, but they're already 15. They're in the 7th grade and they're already 14. Do you know how they got that way? One thing we do in public schools that not only does it not work, it actually hurts to our black boys. You know that? You know what that is? What happens in the 1st grade? What do if they're not succeeding? We hold them back. We retain them. They fail the 1st grade. That is, when you do that, you basically put the grade, you started digging their grave for them.
Prison pipeline
At 6 years old because you decided to hold them back. No, they need to go ahead and be held back. And it's normally only black boys, not Hispanics, not white, not Asian, black boys. We hold them back in the 1st grade. So now their peers are now 7 years old in the 2nd grade. They're still 6 in the 1st. And it goes on and on and on. And then when they get to the older grades, 3rd, 4th, and 5th, when the STAR test counts, they get held back again. So now they're in the 5th grade, and they're already 13. They already have hair on their face at 15. 16, and keep doing the math. 16, 17, 18. They end up walking into high school already 17 years old, walking in the door. So they've already checked out. So we missed them in 4th grade. We failed them in the 1st grade, and now they're getting ready to drop out, and they're going to end up in prison. That's what that pipeline is all about. So that's one thing I decided I'm never going to do. I don't care what you're going to do. I'm never going to hold you back. I don't care if you can't read. I'm not going to hold you back, because if I hold you back, it's going to lead to other things. I'd rather have I called it an extended 1st grade in the summer, where we work on some things. But when school started the next year, you go into 2nd grade. Go ahead. HBCUs. I'll let you finish.
Wrap it up. Well, let's see. We will, I don't know if we should do it in a question format or I'm going to just say this. Well, let's just make a statement about it. HBCUs are hot right now. So we got to do one thing. We got to ride this wave, because it ain't no guarantee that this is going to continue. It's most likely not going to continue getting into this election thing. So we're not even going to touch that. That's a whole nother hour right there. But we have to ride the wave, because right now HBCUs are hot. HBCUs are the center of everything. Our kids know what they are. Our kids are interested. We have to do that. I didn't attend an HBCU. So I said, I'm going to make sure I'm connected in some format. So I teach at an HBCU. So all of us should have some connection to it in some way or another, whether you donate, whether you send $50 to Morehouse, that's contributing to it. But connect yourself some kind of way with our HBCUs, because that's, besides the black church, that's one of the last things that we have that's ours. And the reason why they're still here is because they work. They're successful. Y'all, that was supposed to stop. Our HBCUs were only there because you couldn't go to the white school, so let's create a black school. Okay, now we got integration. Those were supposed to shut down. You know why they're still there? They were good. and it worked. And it's an impressive thing to have a black professor with a Harvard degree who works at Howard instead of working at Yale or Princeton. So they work. They're finally getting acknowledged. Let's definitely get in there. Our PWIs, if you don't know what that is, predominantly white institutions, are not better than our HBCUs. Right. They're equal and they're different. That's the way I describe them. So definitely ride the wave, because it's not a guarantee to continue.
When I came out of high school, my very first college I attended was Houston-Tillotson. That's the very first college I ever flunked out of. And when I say I flunked out, I'm not serious. I was a long time ago now. I was a different person. I got all Fs. Straight F, all the way down. It wasn't because I couldn't read and write. I just didn't know what I was doing. I figured I'm on a basketball scholarship.
You thought
that's what I'm here.
You meant you finished the course.
I finished the course. So what do you mean I flunked out? I tell you this, I'm going to let it go. When you read my book, I tell this story too. I'm going to tell you this real quick story. Went there my freshman year my freshman year of college, went to school, played basketball, didn't know I was getting all that because I went to every class. I just didn't do any work. At the end of the first semester, we came home from Christmas break. I go back. This is just when Thriller came out. Thriller, Michael Jackson. It just came out. We go back to school early. We getting ready to have a road trip going to PV. I get ready to get on the bus. The coach says, he stops me. He said, where you going? I said, I'm going to road trip. We got a basketball game. He said, you can't go. You flunked out. I said, what do you mean I flunked out? He said, you flunked out. I said, what does that mean? I had no idea. I'm telling you the truth. I said, what do you mean I flunked out? What's that? He said, you failed all your classes. I said, what does it have to do with me playing basketball? Bro, I'm not lying. He laughed at me. He said, well, you can't go and you can't stay here. That began my downfall after that. But I'm just saying, but HBCUs, that had nothing to do with your HBCU. That was how dumb I was. But I'm telling you, like you said, Howard University, my niece is starting at Howard University right now. We just dropped her off today. So we will definitely tell everybody out here that if you can send your child to any HBCU, Houston-Tillotson, Paul Quinn, Wiley College, if you're not sending your child there, you ought to be giving them some money. Final thoughts, and we're going to wrap this thing up.
Final thoughts, y'all. We all have to come together to help our black males in education. We haven't touched on the black females because that's a discussion in itself. You know, as Dr. Diop said, it's separate. You have to break this down by gender. You can't cover black kids as a whole. You got to say black males. You got to say black females. You know, I guess that'll be our next discussion. This might turn into an internet show or something like that.
Podcast,
I don't know. We got some podcast, something like that. But we have to, since we just focus on the black males, I'm going to end my final topics on them as a whole. I want to say this also. Y'all don't know Dr. Diop was a good basketball player. Dr. Diop was NBA level. I'd like to ask him that if we have more time. Like, why didn't he go to the league, right? Like, he got all the records and everything.
Couldn't stay in school.
Right? So regarding our black male students, I'm going to just leave you with this. It's all about, there's a reason that I spent 25 years in education and finished my final job as CEO of the National Mentoring Foundation, because it took me 25 years to realize that is the key. You can mentor your own child, somebody else's child, somebody at your church, through an organization. If we all mentor at least one at-risk black male, you'll create a whole generation of achievers. So that's my challenge to you. And mentoring can be a phone call once a month. It could be meeting in person once a week. It could be anything. It could be telling your nephew, hey, pull your pants up. Man, they don't do that sagging no more. That's out. Mentoring, that's what it is. So if we could all make a challenge to mentor one black male, and look, I got to add a time to it. Once a month, man. Once a week sounds like a job, right? Let's make it fun. At least once a month, mentor a black male, and we definitely will see the results in the next 10 to 20 years. That's all I got.
Show some love for Dr. Kelly, Dr. D.I. We done. Thank y'all very much.
All right, all right. Y'all give our educational panel another round of applause. Dr. Kelly. And my dude and mentor, Dr. Mateen Diop. Like that jacket. I need one. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, that's our educational panel. We're winding down this year for this beautiful, beautiful Purchase for Hire Expo. I'd like to bring up to the stage right now a distinguished gentleman that's representing from San Antonio, went to Steele High School, and been with Frost Bank for about 6 years. Let's bring Frost Bank up to the stage. Is Broadway Bank in the building? Broadway Bank? Are you in the building, Broadway? All right, come on up, Broadway Bank. Elliot, Alamo City, and Caleb, can you come up too as well? Yeah, you're the moderator. Come on up, Caleb. He said, "Give 1 second." All right. Somebody grab a mic. Here you go, sir. Here you go, ma'am. All right. You all go ahead and introduce yourselves and let our people out here know who you are. Frost Bank, or ladies first? The lady, you can go first.
Hi, hello. My name is Samandra Rael. I am a small business specialist for Broadway Bank. I've been with Broadway Bank for about 5 years, and I'm very passionate about helping our business owners within the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
There we go. Good evening, everyone. My name is Braylon McCullum. I'm a business banker at Frost Bank. Been there for the last 6 years, and I specialize in helping small to mid-sized businesses grow to the level that they want to grow to.
I'm Elliot Rogers, chairman of the Alamo City Black Chamber, and we have been serving the greater San Antonio community since 1938.
And my name is Caleb Alexander. I'll be the moderator for this panel today. And so I just want to welcome everyone. Welcome, and please. And so today's discussion, we're going to talk about access to capital. And so I do apologize. So I know you made your introductions. I was doing a little something else. But if you could, we'll start at the end. And we can talk about a little bit about access to capital. And so if you want to share any thoughts on that.
Yeah, so the thing with access to capital that we like to focus on is kind of understanding your numbers, right? And what I mean by your numbers is your financial statements as a business, right? So understanding what a balance sheet is, understanding what a profit and loss statement is, understanding what those things tell you about your business. And then also too, if you don't have the understanding of those financial statements, there's plenty of opportunity to gather knowledge about those. I teach my clients, what this line item is, what this line item represents, what this line item says about your business. So that would be what we would consider the first step in gaining access to capital, is understanding the financial statements of the balance sheets and profit and loss and how it relates to your business.
Please.
I would, mirror what you said. It's always about, starting with your financial statements, reviewing those, in detail with our clients, and really making sure that you guys have the education and, are aware of, what's going on those statements, and, again, kind of going by line item and making sure that our clients are educated so they know, how healthy their business is as far as cash flow, and also really wanting to understand what our clients' goals are, what our 6-month goal looks like, what that year-long goal looks like, 3 to 5 years. Really wanting to understand our clients' business models and plans so we can strategically plan to get them where they want to be.
And I think I'll go all the way a little bit further back and start with the strategic plan. So I think it starts with having a vision and then being able to articulate that vision and mission to those folks that are providing that access to resources.
And I guess that we can talk a little bit about the methods to access that capital. The methods, the forms of capital that they have access to. And so I know it comes in different forms, whether it's a line of credit, whether it's an outright, loan, personal loan, business loan. So if you could just talk about the forms of capital that they can have access to.
Yeah, so I specialize as a business loan officer. So I'm looking at different lines of credit, different real estate notes, equipment financing, things of that nature. But I think one thing that does get overlooked is the access to grants. We personally at Frost, we don't do access to grants, but we do have community partners that can help out with those things. And I think for a business just starting off, that is a great way to get access to capital, because I'll be honest, I'm pretty sure we all can agree up here. Business loans are not necessarily for every business. Not every business needs a loan. I know that's the new trend, is to go out and start a business and get a loan. 9 times out of 10, unfortunately, you might not be ready. That's why I say the access to grants is probably the best solution just starting out.
I agree. For startup businesses, it's not always, the right time to obtain a loan, or, really wanting to talk through where our personal financials are, maybe even before starting, to look at for a business loan. So for startup businesses, we do point them in the right direction to obtain funding through that method, or, educating them on how to start business credit. We do offer different business credit cards, wanting to understand too where our personal credit stands, so we can really understand where and what product is going to be best for that client, but also, lines of credit, term loans. We are a full service bank, so we do offer all of the financing for equipment, auto. It just really depends on what that client is looking for, and just kind of educating them on that.
Yeah, and I think before you get to the banks, before you get to Frost Bank and Broadway Bank, allow your chamber to sit down with you in a comfortable environment and help you prepare that application. Make sure that all of your documents are in order, and then that way you're prepared when you finally get to the opportunity to get that grant or that loan.
Fantastic, thank you. And so I know a lot of people have a question like, what is business credit and how can I establish business credit? So you have people that are familiar with personal credit, but could you talk a little bit about how they can establish business lines of credit? So please.
Yeah, so are we talking about business credit or business lines of credit as far as the loan?
Business credit.
Business credit, yeah. So to be upfront and honest, we don't specialize in business credit, but we do have community partners that do have access to those individuals that can help you with business credit. Like the chamber is probably one as well. So that's where we refer our clients to go to establish that business credit.
And we do the same, just kind of educating them on different products that they can obtain through the bank, wanting them to talk with their mentors to see how that translates to establishing that business credit, but giving them the option of different products, so they can go to their mentors through the chamber, through UTSA, and kind of sit down and go through what our options are and how that translates to improving their business credit or establishing it.
Yeah, we also refer our small business owners to the Small Business Administration, so they're able to get 0% loans fairly easy. We also focus on making sure that they have their certifications. So to be certified as a disadvantaged business owner is something important when you go out to look for access to capital.
And so just expanding this out a little bit, and we can talk a little bit about maybe even financing for property, business properties. I know a few of us are going through that process right now. So if you could even talk about that a little bit, about how to finance real estate for business property.
Yeah, that's a common hot topic right now is getting property. And there's a lot of different ways to do it. I think, one of us mentioned up here is just understanding the client's goals. What type of property are they looking for? How big do they want it? Or is it going to be an income producing property, or is it just going to be the office space that they operate out of? Just understanding that whole picture will better help us guide the customer in the right direction as far as accessing the capital to get the property.
I would say, very similarly, understanding the property, what their intention is to do with that piece of property. A lot of the financials, are going to be similar to what we look at in certain loans. So, just making sure that they have their financial packet prepared, going over what that looks like with them, and also what other additional documentation may be required, as far as information on that piece of property, the appraisal. So just kind of going into detail with them. Broadway Bank, has a lot of different partners that we bring in who specialize in commercial real estate deals. So we always involve our partners on those larger deals.
Yeah, and I think also, going back to the plan and establishing a good solid vision, determining the type of property that you're looking for, its overall need, is a multifunctional space. And so having all that prepared, again, before you go to those that provide the access to capital.
And one more thing on that. So acquiring real estate is, I'll be upfront and honest, a long and extensive process. It's not a quick turnaround time, right? So that's where we always suggest to get with your banker to understand that whole entire process, and that banker can hold your hand throughout that whole entire process, because I have a lot of customers that come to me, a lot of potential clients that think we can get a real estate loan booked in the next 2 or 3 weeks, and that's kind of not the way everything is set up, with appraisals, getting financials, closing with the title companies and everything like that. So just really wanted to highlight that getting with your banker or establishing a relationship with a banker can help throughout that whole entire process.
Well, thank you. So I want to bring this down. I know we're talking about access to capital, so bringing it down from the 5,000 feet level to just the 500 feet level, and maybe talking about people who aren't familiar with credit or the establishment of credit. And so if we could just talk a little bit about that, just in layman's terms, about just maybe developing your credit, whether you're a college student starting out or whether you're rebuilding credit, and just talk about the establishment of credit.
Yeah, and again, I hate to keep talking about the vision and the mission. I think that as you start looking at the road to establishing your small business, you've got to be aware of traps that are out there, and anything can keep you from accessing that capital that you need. And so having a good, clear vision, setting up objectives, allow your chamber to help you with that overall strategic plan. And we really take the time sitting down in a comfortable environment in the office, and we say, let's talk about your vision. What do you imagine your company to be? What service is it providing? What are your objectives? And then we lay that roadmap out, and we help you stay along that path so that you don't run into any obstacles that may ruin an opportunity to be able to access credit, access capital.
And being in the banking centers, we definitely want to sit down with our customers, whatever stage they're in as far as credit. If they have a credit monitoring app, maybe it's Credit Karma. At Broadway Bank, our mobile app does allow them to monitor their credit. Kind of sitting down and going over what's impacting our score in detail with that customer, explaining, the purpose of secured credit cards, the purpose of, getting a credit card if you don't have any credit history, kind of building on that credit file there. But really kind of just understanding the vision and sitting down with them and going in detail, what is impacting their current score, how can we help them to build on that.
Okay, fantastic.
And to add on to that, one thing that I would mention is every decision that you make, everything that you purchase does have an effect on your credit, whether you recognize it or not, right? So I'm thinking about a client right now, and they're going through a little bit of hard times because of a couple decisions that they made 5 or 6 years ago. So when we talk about credit and then also getting access to capital, we have to understand that every decision that you're making in your business or even in your personal life can affect receiving funding later on down the road.
And so what would be your best piece of advice that you would give someone who's seeking access to capital?
I would say, sit with your banker, go over your financial plan, your business model, really go into detail about what your true goals are for the business, for purchasing a property, for obtaining funding, but really partner with your banker so they can understand, where you are financially, where your business is right now as far as cash flow. If you're just starting out, how we can best position you, going over your personal finances, your personal credit. So really just sitting there with your banker and going over what your goals and business model look like.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I would also add to understand the numbers. Going back to the balance sheets and profit and loss statements that we were talking about a little bit earlier, that is the health of your business. That tells us as bankers where your business is at. But then again, too, that's only what we're looking at on paper, right? What we're also talking about here is getting a relationship with your banker, talking them through, okay, why did net profit drop this amount? Or why did gross annual revenue drop down this amount, right, between these different time periods? So yes, I would also agree with having a relationship with your banker, but then also to understand the numbers, and that's something that a banker or our community partners can help you out with as well.
Yeah, just to build on that, I think taking advantage of the network, a lot of our business owners feel like they can go it alone. But one of the greatest returns on investment with being part of the chamber is networking. So there's people out there that have been in business for years. They've gone through all those obstacles. They've overcome all those challenges. And it helps to put everybody in the room together so that they can share that information. So I would just say network, network, network.
So now the fun part. What is the question I didn't ask? Go ahead and answer that.
I think we always just go back to having that relationship with your banker. A lot of times, I can't do it justice sitting up here and speaking about it, but I can do it justice if we walk and talk through different business models and different business avenues. I have a client that is essentially pivoting in his business, and he appreciates me to be that financial advisor to him from the banking perspective, because that's a hard thing to do, is to go ahead and pivot your business. You're going one way down your business, and we talk about the business plan and everything like that, and then it completely pivoted. And so just having that relationship with your banker is key for any type of business owner, no matter what industry that you're in.
I don't know a question that you didn't ask, but
I did ask. I was supposed to ask, but I did.
Kind of building on what you said, though, it's all about the network that you create, right? You want to have the right people in your court who are going to build you up and support you and really point you in the right direction for where your goals are. Your banker, think about having a CPA, who's in your court in that aspect. You need to have a business attorney, your mentorship through the chamber. There's so many different resources out there that you can turn to, and a lot of the times your banker will point you in the right direction if you just take the time to sit down and go over those things with them, wanting to get to know more on those financial statements, and we can provide that education to you in that as well.
Yeah, I think one of the questions that I would have asked is, we've all just come out of a pandemic, and so contingency planning, risk management, having all those things in place so that, God forbid, what happens if we do run into another pandemic? What happens if, my workforce can no longer come to work and I can no longer provide that service that I once provided? When I first met Carl Booker, we talked about his company and what happened to it during the pandemic and how he was able to access capital to keep the doors open. And so that's one of the things that I would advise all small business owners is to think about contingency planning, succession planning, and risk management.
All right. Well, thank you very much. It's been a wonderful discussion. It's been really enlightening, so I definitely thank you. And so now we'll move on to the really, really fun part. We have the contest, that you guys are going to be our awesome judges, and we'll go ahead and get this contest started. So if I can have the contestants come up, and you guys are going to present your business plan. They got to pick the numbers, that's right.
So, I have to, you got to pick 5 first, okay? So whoever wants to draw,
Ladies
Ladies first. Broadway, ladies first. All right, Cross Bank. All right. Alamo City. Caleb.
All right. So.
Okay, I'm gonna have.
Okay.
I'm gonna have her. You draw one more though. So we got to draw 5. So you draw another one for us. Thank you. All right. Call them out.
Okay. So.
All right, so I drew, I believe this is Big Bell coupon. Big Bell coupon? Am I? Big Bell coupon. Big Bell coupon. Yay! And then we have Essential Boutique. Ethel's Essential Boutique. Oh, I think they left.
Okay. They left.
All right. So
I got Miss Beverly Johnson. There we go. There we go, Miss Johnson. Woo!
And I got Bear Wealth John Martin. Oh, awesome. Got a lot of woohoos over there.
And I have Tiffany Morales.
And then we do have Dr. Margaret Aji. Dr. Margaret Aji.
All right, so everybody's got to pitch what you're going to do with the $1,500 so our judges can bring it down to 2 contestants, okay? So good luck. I'm going to let you go first.
Keith, I've got one comment real quick. Can we sweeten the pot a little bit? The Alamo City Black Chamber is willing to add a 1-year membership to whoever the winner is. The Alamo City Black Chamber of Commerce will give a 1-year membership to whoever the winner is.
A lot of pressure. Okay. Can you hear me? Am I? Okay. So my name is Dr. Margaret J. I'm a pharmacist, and I am the owner of Inku. Inku means shea butter, and I use that to make skincare products and soaps and import my shea butter from West Africa, Ghana. So we hire ladies in remote village in West Africa, and they walk several miles to pick the shea nuts off the floor and make the shea butter for us. We import the shea butter from Ghana, even though it's costing us a little bit more, because that gives those women employment. So the $1,500 will go to paying them more, number one, and then being able to buy more shea butter. So, and also to help them in the village to help educate their children, because most of the men have left the villages to the bigger cities for money, and the women are left behind to take care of the smaller children. So this money would help them pick more, make more, and so that we can ship it here to use. So thank you.
Okay. All right, so I need you guys to make it short and sweet. What you gonna do with this $1,500?
Hello, everyone. My name is Beverly Johnson. I'm the owner of Pathways to New Connection, and my business is vocational rehabilitation. But we focus on reentry, expungement, and helping the community find jobs and housing. Is that short enough?
All right, I'm William Collier, owner of Collier Executive Transportation, Jazz Hop Record Shop, creator of the Jazz Hop Fix radio show. And I'm just going to simply use that money to start up a Roth IRA. Roth IRA.
Okay, Roth IRA. Okay, a Roth IRA. Mr. Martin. And please talk a little louder so that people can hear you.
Okay, my name is John Martin. I am the owner of Bear Unlimited. I have a segment of my company called Bear Wealth Solutions. We do financial literacy education here in San Antonio. And my daughter heads up a program. It's a nonprofit organization called Wealth Between Us. And it's a program that is focused on financial literacy education for young people, particularly high school students. The mission of the organization is to prepare students for the world of money after they graduate from high school, so that they won't be subject to predatory lending or predatory efforts to, I guess, distract them along their financial journey. So the money would go to fund that.
All right, thank you, Mr. Martin.
Good afternoon. My name is Tiffany Mireles. I am with Express Flooring. We had brand ambassadors out here today. We didn't expect to be part of the show, but we're happy to be here. And I'd actually just give it back to my team. I have a team of about 4 people. I'd like to give it back to them. We're doing a holiday event, small group. I cover San Antonio and Austin. So we do free in-home consultations. We do all sorts of events in and around the city and in Austin. So I would just give it back to my team. I would divide it up because it's not something that was for me. This is a group effort, so I would just divide it up amongst my team and do something to reward them.
All right. My name is Keith Scott. I want to use the... No, I'm just joking. I'm trying to get everybody to laugh, man. Everybody's looking all serious. Okay, judges, we got some work to do here. So gather amongst each other. And can we do something first? Could you all just stand up for me? And I want to slide those chairs next to each other so that we can get our... If you wouldn't mind just bringing them close to one another. Connect dots for me with the chairs, if you could. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Thank you all. All right, judges. There we go. Fred, you big dummy, Lamont. I don't know if y'all watch Sanford and Son, but, you know, I can do the impersonation of Red Fox a little bit. Just a little bit. Lamont, you big dummy. Jeopardy. You're the next contestant on Jeopardy. All right, I think just so you all know, we're picking 2 out of the 5, and in those 2, 1 winner. Okay? I think the judges are ready. DJ Direct, I think the judges are ready.
Okay, contestant number 1 will be Dr. Margaret Adji.
Woo!
And contestant number 2 is Mr. John Martin.
Mr. John Martin. All right, I love it. Okay. We're going to do this again, and you got to say something different. Don't say the same thing. Doc, don't go too long. Okay, you want him to go? Lady, passed it to you first.
So one of the challenges that we found in doing financial literacy education is that not only is there information, but oftentimes people are finding out things too late. You know, the idea of wealth growth is it's a discipline of money over time with a focused effort. And so what we know is that the earlier we can introduce these concepts into a family's life, the better it is for them in the long run. And so the efforts of Wealth Between Us is to get that information and knowledge in the hands of young people who have access to incredible resources these days that weren't available before. And so they leverage that in local high schools and with local community organizations that target teenage population. Because what we know is that the younger we can introduce these concepts, the more time they'll have to take advantage of that information and put it to work for themselves.
Okay. All right. All right, here we go.
Okay, so I'm a pharmacist, like I said, and I do a lot of health education for our community. And health education also involves what you put on your skin. So I let people know that we source the best oils and to make the skincare products for our skin, to understand that your skin is also an organ. So whatever you put on your skin goes into your bloodstream and affects your health also. So my company, my goal, my job is always to educate people of color, and also for us to understand that we need to read labels. Just because it says shea butter on the front does not mean that it's mostly shea butter. Read the back of the label. Where does shea butter fall in the ingredient list? Whatever is the first on the ingredient list is what the product is made mostly of. So education and, I don't know what to say.
Thank you, Doc. All right, let's give our two contestants a round of applause. And DJ Direct, come on back with that. Okay, judges. Judges. Money, 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 money. Money, 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 money. Money, 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 money. Money, 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 money. All right, DJ Direct, I think the judges have a winner.
So the winner is going to be Mr. John Martin.
Mr. John Marty Barr. All right. Well deserved, I tell you. Mr. Bart, your grand prize winner! Lena Booker, can you come here and put John Martin on this for me, please? You don't want my penmanship. My mom said I should have been a doctor because I got chicken scratch.
got a double. You got, look at
All right, let's get a photo. So not only did Mr. John Martin win this wonderful donation from Foss Bank, Broadway Bank, Broadway Bank, but he also won a year membership with the Alamo City Chamber. Come on, Foss Bank, Broadway, let's get a photo with this winner. All right, I'm getting out. You stay in there. All right, congratulations, Mr. John Martin. Let's get you with the background there, too. Get access to capital. Foss Bank, Broadway Bank. All right, thank you all so much. Alamo, Foss Bank, Broadway Bank. But hold on, where was our second class winner, though? I got something for her, too. Doctor, can you come over here?